Chapter 642. This was a youngster that was still a bit tender. He sat in the shallow waters of the immortal lake, and in his hand was a fist-sized green copper piece that was mottled with rust. The most peculiar thing was that there was a foot-tall little green lotus that took root on it. Sturdy and sparkling roots intertwined around it, and the two were born together. Yifan's scalp became numb, and his mind was greatly shaken. This green copper was incredibly tattered, and it was similar to the one in his body. It was quite possible that it came from the same source. The most crucial thing was that there was a little green lotus growing on the green copper piece. This was too similar to the legends. Back then, the demon emperor was born precisely like this. He wasn't the only one that stared at the green copper and little green lotus. Everyone else cast their eyes over as well. Even though they didn't know the origins of the copper piece, they were still moved when they saw the green lotus. A great emperor had walked out from the immortal transformation pond before, and this was something everyone knew. There wasn't a single person who wasn't horrified after seeing this scene. There are no creatures in the immortal lake, not even a single fish. Yet now, another demon emperor is about to appear. This green copper piece, could it be a fragment of an extreme Tao Emperor weapon? Who knows how many immortal treasures have sunk into it since the archaic times. The sect master's heartbeats all sped up, thumping continuously. They walked forward together. The item in the youngster's hands was extremely important, and they had to obtain it. The youngster trembled. Several sect masters closed in on him, making his blood run cold. He felt as if he was hovering on the edge of life and death. He knew that he obtained something he shouldn't have. Right at this time, a fatty ran over from the distance. On his head was a broken bowl the size of a wok. His feet didn't touch the ground, and he was a foot above the ground as he flew over. He was the only cultivator here who could fly. He fell into the lake like a stone pillar, and his face was full of excitement as he reached out towards the green copper piece. Several sect masters took action together, crushing down like a mountain to stop the heartless Daoist Duanda. The immortal lake was shaken until white waves rushed into the heavens, and the fatty fell inside with a putong sound. Everyone was alarmed. The sect masters couldn't injure him, and he was stopped by the black light released by the broken bowl. He only fell into the lake. Immeasurable celestial being, this poor Daoist's past and present life has fate with it. Duanda took action again. At the same time, the broken bowl above his head released countless strands of black radiance, covering everything below. Brazen. The sect masters shouted loudly, all of them attacking again, activating magical artifacts to suppress him. This young man was scared stiff. A few great figures were fighting like this, making him feel as if he had eaten a bitter gourd. His expression was bitter, unable to advance or retreat. To him, this was originally an enormous opportunity, but under the gazes of everyone present, he did not have the fortune to enjoy it, so it was impossible for him to put away the precious material in his hands. Several sect masters descended from the sky. The broken bowl's 10,000 streaks of dark light also descended. However, right at this time, the green lotus above the green copper gently trembled, breaking through everything. Plop! It was less than a foot tall, but it possessed an immortal divine power. It smashed through everything and brought the green copper piece down to the center of the lake. Ah! No! Duanda screamed as if his mother had died. He was about to pounce over. The sect masters also felt incredibly pained. They leapt forward, reaching out their large hands, doing everything they could to fish towards the depths of the immortal pond. However, all of this was futile, unable to grab anything. Heavens, I missed this opportunity once again. Just a little bit more, yet I missed it just like that. Duanda felt dizzy, almost falling into the lake. Yifan also felt a wave of nervousness. When he saw the green copper piece sink into the center of the lake, he felt a sense of disappointment and frustration. The immortal energy in the lake couldn't stop it at all, powerless to reverse the situation. A fragment of an extreme Tao Emperor weapon, something that has existed since the archaic era. This lake's name is Immortal Transformation Pool. Maybe an immortal really was born before. That might even be a fragment of an immortal weapon. Everyone wrung their wrists and sighed, all of them feeling incomparable regret. The sect masters and Duanda felt like crying, wanting nothing more than to smash their heads against the ground. Ho! A loud roar rang out from the distance. The lake water boiled, multicolored mist rushing into the skies. This place was enshrouded in auspicious colors, sparkling and resplendent. At the base of another mountain, the situation there was incomparably miserable. After the red-furred humanoid creature appeared, it began a massacre. 18 first-level Immortal Foundation experts died in an instant. The red-furred humanoid creature rushed over, a large claw covered in red fur, tearing off their skulls, brain juices splattering everywhere. Arg! Finally, a supreme expert also met with misfortune. He let out a miserable scream as half his body was torn off. Fresh blood gushed out as his intestines and internal organs flowed out. He took out over 10 weapons, but they were all swallowed by the red-furred creature in a single gulp. Crunching sounds rang out as the weapons were destroyed between its teeth. Paw! The red-furred creature tore open his skull and sucked it clean. Only a few drops of brain juices were left on the thick red fur at the corner of its mouth, making it look exceptionally malevolent. Everyone's hair stood on end as their skin and bones turned cold. This red-furred humanoid creature was even more terrifying than a malicious ghost. Its killing intent was extremely heavy and incomparably cruel. Undead immortal, could it be that it has succeeded in its cultivation? So terrifying. There was no one who wasn't afraid. Even a supreme expert had fallen, how could they still fight? No one was a match for it. Unless a saint of the human race came, all of them would die. Bloody light flickered in the red-furred humanoid creature's eyes. They were like two bloody abysses that could scare people to death. No one would have thought that the so-called divine bead contained such a creature. It was more appropriate to call it a demonic bead. Breaking it was equivalent to opening the gates of hell. It's the ancestor of the Kai clan, the Eastern Wasteland's third-generation Yuan Taoist master. An inauspicious event happened to him in his later years, and he was buried in an ancient dragon cave in Mount Qinling. He actually became like this. Someone knew the secret and cried out loudly. Attack together, or else everyone will die. Even the various sect masters couldn't remain calm anymore. They roared together and took action, taking out all kinds of weapons. Dang! A long and drawn-out bell sound rang out. A large golden bell shook the 9 heavens and fell down like a star, striking towards the red-furred humanoid creature. Hong! Heavenly flames surged. An incomparably large 8 trigrams furnace flickered. It was cast from black gold and released the source laws of the Great Tao to suppress the third-generation Yuan Taoist master. Rumble! A large black millstone rotated. It seemed to be cast from black divine gold and crushed downwards as if it wanted to obliterate all creatures in this world. The great sect masters all took action, using the weapons they cultivated with their lives to attack. The situation was extremely dangerous. A single mistake and they would be completely wiped out, not a single person able to survive. The red-furred humanoid creature really was extremely ferocious. It turned into a streak of bloody light and faced all types of weapons head-on. In just a breath of time, weapons were broken and the miserable cries of great figures could be heard. The great golden bell that shook the 9 heavens was broken into several dozen pieces. The 8 trigrams furnace that was burning with raging flames split into several large pieces. The great black millstone was crushed into a pile of scrap iron, all of them destroyed. Ah! A great figure cried out miserably. His heart was dug out, throbbing in the red-furred large claws. It was crushed and swallowed by it. Chi! The red-furred humanoid creature turned around. Its 5 fingers opened up, leaving behind 5 finger holes in the skull of another great figure. 5 streaks of white brain matter rushed out. Gotcha! It forcefully pulled, tearing off the right arm of the third great figure. It placed it in its mouth and began to chew on it with gabbing sounds. White bone stubble could be seen, blood flowing out from the corners of its mouth. The scene here was bloody and cruel. The third-generation Yuan Taoist master was like an evil god that escaped from the shackles of hell. He killed everyone he saw, no one his opponent. He didn't deliberately operate anything, but he could use the source of heavenly Tao power at will. The great experts just now were all locked in place, unable to even struggle. Without the human race's saints coming, there is no way to resist him. Someone broke down. A great figure cried out in fear. There are only 2 saints in the present world, one in the distant eastern wasteland, the other victorious fighting Buddha in Mount Meru, far away. There is no way to suppress him. Suddenly, a long roar sounded. The Peacock King's hair flew about, and the Crimson Dragon Daoist's robes fluttered about. The 2 of them received a weapon from Yen Ryu's hands, releasing endless green light. The aura of an ancient great emperor pervaded the air, and a terrifying fluctuation akin to the great destruction of the cosmos rose and fell. The endless blue skies were about to become empty. The Extreme Tao Emperor weapon was revived, and the Azure Emperor's divine might reappeared in this world. All sect masters couldn't help but want to kneel down, and even the ancient deities were trembling because of it. This was a primal chaos green lotus with 9 leaves supporting the heaven and earth. A jade-green vine pressed down on the deities. This was like a living demon emperor because it was refined from his original body. Once the emperor weapon appeared, it seemed as if it was going to crush the 10,000 worlds. A few great figures nearby finally couldn't help but kneel down. They couldn't withstand this great emperor's pressure. The humanoid red-haired creature was alarmed. He stopped his slaughter and trembled slightly. He continuously retreated, feeling fear from the bottom of his heart. This was the might of a demon emperor, the only one to prove the Tao in the post-ancient era. He broke the laws of heaven and earth and suppressed this great world with his power. Shang! At this moment, another dragon cry sounded. A dragon sword flew out, and it seemed as if it could collapse the heavens. It possessed unparalleled offensive power. The dragon head sword's edge had 9 claw sword patterns, and the dragon tail turned into the sword hilt. Even if 10,000 suns gathered together, they still wouldn't be as brilliant as its radiance. The Tai Imperial Sword appeared, not letting the number 1 in 100,000 years monopolize it. The 2 weapons shone brilliantly, making the sun and moon lose their radiance. Pooh! Quite a few sect masters coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. Even though they were the rulers of this world, they still couldn't endure this type of power. They all staggered backwards with snow-white faces. The 2 emperor weapons were like 2 streaks of eternal light that no one could resist. This was a type of allegiance that came from the bottom of their hearts. Even the holy masters couldn't help but kowtow in worship. The humanoid red-haired creature was extremely powerful. Killing a sect master was as easy as picking flowers and weeds. However, at this moment, it had the intention to retreat. No matter how powerful it was, it still didn't dare face the Emperor's might head-on. It continuously retreated. Then, it released a loud cry and rushed out of the ancient cave, running in a different direction. Not good. By the immortal pond, the cultivators on this side felt a chill run down their backs. The humanoid red-haired creature rushed up this mountain peak, rushing at them as if it was chasing after their lives. Where do you think you're going? Behind it, the Scarlet Dragon Daoist and the Peacock King shouted. They held the primal chaos green lotus in their hands and circulated the power of creation as they chased after it. The Tai Imperial Sword hovered above the great Xia Emperor's head. He turned into a golden dragon and also rushed down. The moment this sword appeared, the heaven and earth trembled. Ah! The humanoid red-furred creature rushed to the top of the mountain. Before it could do anything, miserable screams could be heard from the lakeside. The Genesis Technique Grandmasters from the eastern wasteland all had red fur on their bodies and were rolling on the ground like ghosts. Yifan felt like his body was about to split apart. At the crucial moment, the Golden Saint blood ignited and a terrifying aura was blocked outside his body. He was the only Genesis Technique master who didn't fall down. Everyone who saw this scene felt a chill from head to toe. This scene made their hearts feel like they were going to split apart. They didn't know why this was happening. At this moment, everyone was as quiet as cicadas in winter. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly. They quietly waited for the arrival of the Emperor weapons. No one dared to take the mortal pill from the monster's body. Noisy. Suddenly, a loud shout came from the deepest part of the ancient cave at the foot of the mountain. It was as if a supreme existence had awakened from a deep slumber and emitted a terrifying ocean-like fluctuation. An ancient chariot rushed out. It was less than a foot tall, and it was pulled by a foot-long purple qilin. There was also a foot-long green dragon coiled around it, and a half-foot-long scarlet blood divine phoenix was flying behind it. In addition, there were 7 or 8 little people half a foot tall leading the way. They were of different colors and looked like jade sculptures. They quickly ran in front of the chariot. On top of the ancient chariot stood a foot-tall humanoid creature. He was like a deity with 108 divine rings coiling around him. He shouted, "Who dares to make such a ruckus here, waking up my race's immortal ancient emperor?" It was a superior being and not the immortal ancient emperor. However, it had a monstrous and terrifying aura. Although it was only a foot tall, it was enough to shatter the heaven and earth. Emperor! There's a living ancient emperor. Everyone was dumbfounded and couldn't believe it. How could there be such an existence in the future? There was actually an ancient emperor sleeping in the Qinling ancient dragon vein. Who was he? Chapter 643. Great Emperor, these 2 words could suppress the past, present, and future. They represented the pinnacle of battle prowess, the pinnacle of the Tao, and the pinnacle of humanity. From ancient times until now, there were only a few great human emperors. Every single one of them left behind glorious achievements that shook history and could not be surpassed. After the Desolate Era, in the last 100,000 years, only the Azure Emperor had proven his Tao and become an emperor. Now, it had only been 10,000 years since he died, yet another great emperor had appeared. This news was like the universe exploding and the starry river going out. It was almost impossible to believe. It was just too shocking. Everyone was horrified and alarmed. This group of creatures shone with brilliant colors. They were all sparkling and translucent, and they were all less than a foot tall. They were like a group of divine jade spirits, but they were all extremely powerful. The ancient war chariot seemed to exist with the world. It was polished from stone, and it was only a foot tall and 30 centimeters long. It was pulled by a purple qilin as it rushed out of the ancient cave. Those who disturb the great emperor's slumber will die. On the stone chariot, the foot-tall humanoid creature roared. 108 divine rings surrounded him as he shouted loudly. With a light wave of his hand, an expanse of ancient characters flew out and engraved themselves in the void. Several great experts cried out miserably as they were sent flying like tattered scrolls. Every single character was like a divine hammer, smashing the great experts until they spat out blood and broke their bones. They were so powerful that they couldn't be defended against. This was the embodiment of the Tao, and each character was a type of Tao. 2 of the great experts never reassembled after their bodies were shattered. Their bodies and souls were completely destroyed. The souls of the other 3 were dim, and their bodies were bloodless. When everyone saw this, they didn't hesitate and quickly fled. They couldn't stay in this ancient cave any longer. Now that such a terrifying existence had appeared, how could they resist? They weren't inferior to the red-haired creature in the slightest. Where do you think you're going? The little person that was like a jade spirit shouted. The divine ring on his body shone brightly as he shouted from behind and chased after them. Above his head, the little green dragon that was less than a foot long and the scarlet blood divine phoenix that was half a foot long danced about, chasing after them. In addition, the 7 or 8 little people that were half a foot tall also raised their weapons and attacked. Beside the immortal transformation pond, Pang Bo's eyes revealed light. These little people all have jade weapons in their hands. They aren't much inferior to my 9 divine weapons. Everyone was horrified. Just what kind of creatures were these? They were so short, yet they were all ridiculously powerful, not a single person able to resist them. The living being on the chariot is covered by a divine halo. Apart from Crazy Ol and the victorious fighting Buddha on Mount Meru, I'm afraid no one in the world is his match. I feel a power that can destroy everything. That living being and the humanoid red-haired being are almost at the sage realm. Their combat strength is terrifying. The sect masters all rushed up the mountain where the immortal transformation pond was. Now, only the primal chaos green lotus and the Tai sovereign sword could suppress the strong enemies. Otherwise, they would die no matter where they ran. The might of an ancient emperor cannot be blasphemed. You have disturbed his slumber, so you can only atone for your sins with death. That humanoid creature seemed to be announcing the end of the world. The red-haired humanoid creature roared loudly, shattering the corpses by the immortal pond. Quite a few people lost their lives. The Genesis technique grandmasters from the eastern wasteland all had their hair standing on end. They no longer rolled around and crawled up from the ground to stand beside him. Their eyes glowed with a blood-red light that seemed capable of erasing all human emotions. Just what kind of monster is this? How can it be contagious? People were terrified. The Red Dragon Daoist and the Peacock King held the primal chaos green lotus in their hands, while the Tai sovereign sword hung above the Grand Xia Emperor's head. The 2 imperial weapons shone brilliantly, piercing through the past, present, and future. Most people knelt on the ground, unable to withstand the pressure of an ancient emperor. The 3rd generation Yuan Taoist master's eyes glowed with a blood-red light. He no longer retreated and was about to attack again. Seeing him like this, the people with imperial weapons also muttered. If they really fought, it was uncertain who would live and who would die. The imperial weapons were indeed powerful, but how many attacks could they unleash? They could kill sages, but the group of jade spirits was chasing after them. They couldn't use the imperial weapons all the time because the consumption was too great. The group of cultivators was sandwiched in front of the immortal transformation pond. It could be said that there were wolves in front and tigers behind. They couldn't advance or retreat. The sect masters were all terrified and didn't know what to do. Let's kill the humanoid red-haired creature first, but what about the dozen jade spirits behind us? The Grand Emperor and the Red Dragon Daoist discussed. At this moment, the 3rd generation Yuan Taoist master also saw their fear. He let out a roar and a dozen bloody lights rushed out of his body, followed by many miserable screams. The Central Prefecture's dragon-seeking Earth Masters were all affected without exception. All of them turned into humanoid red-haired creatures like malicious spirits. At the same time, the golden sacred blood in Yifan's body ignited once again. A layer of demonic energy was repelled outside. Oh no, it's hard to distinguish the real from the fake. He has taken control of so many bodies. Which one is the host of the main soul? Everyone was shocked. They could keenly sense that the 3rd generation Yuan Taoist master was splitting his divine soul. Even if the imperial weapon was used, the main soul would still be able to escape this calamity. Those with red hair are all origin technique masters and dragon-seeking masters. Could it be that those who walk in the depths of the earth veins have long been infected with a terrifying imprint? Yifan muttered to himself. At the same time, the foot-long Qilin pulled the ancient chariot and appeared on the mountain peak. The Peacock King and the Great Xia Emperor wielded their imperial weapons. It was unknown which side to kill first. A true imperial weapon. This is a feast. Our race's great emperor just so happens to be lacking weapons. You guys can present them together. The little person on the chariot sneered. I think you're tired of living. The red dragon Daoist shouted and swept the primal chaos green lotus forward. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Our race's master has already become a great emperor. In this land of immortal ascension, he's the ruler. Everything is at his disposal. In front of the Qilin chariot, 8 little people half a foot tall each held a flag. They stood in 8 different directions and started to worship the heavens. The little green dragon and the half-foot-long scarlet blood divine phoenix started to cry. The Qin mountains violently trembled. Endless draconic energy rushed into the heavens and gathered into an enormous true dragon. It condensed in the sky and looked downwards. The draconic might was like an ocean, making everyone feel suffocated. This is an ancient dragon vein. All of the draconic force has rushed out to resist the imperial weapon. Everyone was shocked. This was the Central Plains' most powerful dragon vein. It had existed for endless years and stretched for millions of li. It had long produced an ancestral root deity and possessed inconceivable power. This is using the Central Plains' ancestral root to resist the extreme Tao imperial weapon. Everyone was shaken. The Central Plains' most powerful ancestral root represented the great fate of the Central Plains, yet today, it was being used to deal with an ancient great emperor's weapon. One could well imagine how serious this matter was. If the draconic force was scattered, the Central Plains would undergo great changes. Only heaven knew what kind of terrifying consequences would occur. It was because this was the collapse of the great Earth's essence energy. From this, it wasn't hard to see how powerful and terrifying the Emperor weapon was. It required the boundless Central Plains' great fate to resist. How domineering and powerful was this? Human, so what if you all have an Emperor weapon? My clan's great Emperor is still alive, and he is about to come into being. Which one of you can stop him? The humanoid creature surrounded by 108 divine rings shouted. However, his body couldn't help but tremble. He was completely suppressed by the extreme Tao imperial weapon. Even someone as powerful as him couldn't endure the aura of an ancient great emperor. However, neither side attacked. Once the Qin Mountain's great dragon and the emperor weapon collided, it would be a calamity. Right now, they were only mutually intimidating each other. Unless absolutely necessary, no one dared to take action. Hang! The Peacock King snorted coldly and said, the Central Plains' great fate is already barely enough to contend against an emperor weapon. We have 2 here, so what are you going to use to suppress us? Suddenly, a cold snort sounded from the depths of the earth. A strand of emperor might surged. The emperor weapon's might immediately became much weaker, as if it was sealed. What? There really is a great emperor. Everyone was dumbfounded. Many people thought that the Jade Fairy was intimidating them, but now they knew that there really was a supreme existence sleeping in the depths of the earth. Ignorant humans, you've alarmed the great emperor. Even death won't be enough to wash away your sins. Hand over the emperor weapon, the humanoid creature shouted from the chariot. On the other side, the 3rd-generation Yuan Taoist master led a dozen or so red-haired creatures toward Yi Fan step by step. They pressed forward with boundless killing intent. Yi Fan used an origin art. Runes flew out one after another and imprinted themselves in the air. This was the secret art recorded in the Heavenly Origin Book. At this moment, the 3rd-generation Yuan Taoist master's body stiffened. He became absent-minded for a moment and was actually in a daze. Ancestral Master! Yi Fan called out. The 3rd-generation Yuan Taoist master let out a low roar. Tears of blood rolled down from his eyes, filled with endless despair and sorrow. He stretched out his hand as if he wanted to grab something. Yi Fan was absent-minded. What had happened to the Yuan Taoist master? Why did he have such an expression? What was the ominous feeling of his old age? However, the third-generation ancestral master suddenly raised his head. All his emotions disappeared, replaced by a boundless cold aura. He pounced over as fast as lightning. Swish! Yi Fan was frightened. He used the Row incantation and disappeared in a flash. He arrived in front of the Peacock King. The chaotic green lotus trembled. The red-haired creature screamed and fell back, not daring to come closer. Ah! Blood-curdling screams rose one after another. The third-generation Yuan Taoist master attacked continuously, killing everyone in sight. No one could resist him. The chaotic green lotus and the Tai sovereign sword were blocked by the Qinling dragon and the monarch's killing intent. They didn't dare to be distracted. It's the fantasy-level divine marrow. He must have taken a human form. Did he really prove his Tao and become a great emperor? Ah! Blood-curdling screams rose one after another. The third-generation Yuan Taoist master and the creature with 108 divine rings started a massacre at the same time. Even some sect masters were killed. This was a catastrophe. People were powerless to resist. They cried and ran to the Tai sovereign sword and the chaotic green lotus for protection. The human race is only so-so. You people are too weak to be the rulers of this land. You can't even withstand a single blow. The humanoid creature on the Qilin chariot sneered cruelly. People knew that even the crazy old man or the victorious fighting Buddha from Mount Meru might not be able to solve the problem. That was because the existence in the dragon vein was emitting an increasingly powerful aura. It was about to come into being. Ah! A young girl cried out as she was hit by the Qilin chariot. Her flower-like life came to an end as she was crushed into two halves. Too weak. The human race can't even withstand a single blow. They're like ants. The creature on the chariot sneered. Not far away, the third-generation Yuan Taoist master also slaughtered his way into a demonic state. His entire body was dyed red with blood. There were countless corpses on the ground, and it was unknown just how many hearts he had swallowed. Are you all the so-called experts? Too weak to speak of. The humanoid creature on the chariot cried out. Voila! Just as the mountains of corpses and seas of blood were rising and falling, the water in the immortal lake splashed in all directions. A green bronze appeared with a small green lotus growing on it. Shwa! With a flash of light, the small green lotus took form. A heroic male figure appeared and walked out of the lake step by step. His eyes swept over and green light erupted. Ah! On the chariot, the creature with 108 divine rings released a miserable cry. It was immediately cut into 3 pieces. What kind of power was this? Just a glance was enough to cut apart the body of this terrifying creature that had slaughtered sect masters from all directions. It was simply too shocking. Green Emperor. It's actually Green Emperor. Green Emperor didn't die. He's actually still alive. There were demon lords and holy lords who cried out in alarm. All of them were overwhelmed with shock. The demon emperor had died less than 10,000 years ago. With his painting in the hands of an undying great power, this heroic male was definitely Green Emperor without a doubt. Correct, it's Green Emperor. He really didn't die. The proud emperor from 9,000 years ago, Xiang Yufei, became absent-minded. Ancestor. Yan Ryu cried out in alarm. Green Emperor has always been alive. Stars flickered in the sickly elder's eyes. Chapter 644. The lake water released noises. A male dressed in green clothes walked ashore step by step. He was extremely heroic, and the depths of his eyes were filled with scenes of the creation of the world, the birth of the universe. It was incomparably deep. A piece of green bronze mottled with rust floated above his head. It followed him ashore, arriving in front of everyone. His every movement was extremely natural. There was no oppressive might, nor was there an aura that made others tremble. It was as if he was an eternal immortal body. However, everyone wanted to bow down, as if they were looking at a deity. They wanted to prostrate themselves in worship. Finally, people knelt down one after another. This wasn't forced, nor was it caused by pressure. They all came from the bottom of their hearts and were incomparably devout. It was impossible to say what kind of atmosphere this was. It was sacred and peaceful, dignified and strange. Even the sect masters of all sides felt their hearts become empty. It was as if they were worshipping a deity, continuously kowtowing in worship. You. On the ancient war chariot, the little figure whose body was broken into 3 pieces couldn't reassemble. 108 divine rings surrounded his body. He said with a trembling voice, "Who are you?" The one who came was too terrifying, making him feel fear from the bottom of his heart. Just a single glance was enough to make his body shatter. This type of power had never been seen before. One has to understand that he had continuously killed sect masters, and his magical force was boundless. However, in front of this heroic male, he wasn't even comparable to an ant. He didn't have the slightest bit of power to resist. Noisy. Pang Bo spoke, helping Green Emperor berate this creature. When facing the Demon Emperor, he felt a sense of closeness. The 9 slashes of the Demon Emperor circulated smoothly within his body. "You dare to do this to me?" That foot-tall creature's eyebrows rose. 2 terrifying beams of light shot out from his eyes. "You dare act unbridled in front of Green Emperor?" Pang Bo loudly berated. Courting death. This foot-tall creature didn't dare resist in the slightest when facing Green Emperor, but against a cultivator like Pang Bo, he was high up above and was about to take action. His strength was incomparably terrifying. Killing a sect master was as easy as tearing apart a painting. No one could measure just how powerful he was. Pang! The Demon Emperor only took a step forward. He didn't make any offensive movements, but that foot-tall creature released a miserable cry. The 108 divine rings were destroyed, and then his body turned into light, completely evaporating. What kind of power was this? The various sect masters couldn't help but suck in a cold breath of air. There were some who knelt on the ground, not daring to move at all. With just a raise of a hand or a foot, the shock waves from a single stomp had wiped out a matchless expert. The Azure the Arch has been revived. The demon monarch that has amazed the ages has been reborn. Everyone cried out in alarm. They couldn't help but tremble. This news was just too shocking. 10,000 years had passed in the blink of an eye. A great emperor who was thought to have died actually reappeared in this world. Moreover, it was precisely in the place where he was born, still accompanied by a piece of green bronze. This was the #1 major event that shook the heavens above and earth below, no one able to calmly face it. Why is it like this? The Azure Emperor's lifespan has dried up and he passed away long ago. What exactly happened? The ancient emperors aren't completely dead. Could it be that they can return to the mortal world? Inconceivable power. There is no way of contending against it in this world. This exceeds the scope of extreme divine might. Everyone discussed spiritedly. Even their souls felt suffocated. A living great emperor had reappeared, toppling a lot of people's understanding. They could actually do this. A living, great emperor. The little azure dragon that was more than a foot long, the scarlet blood divine phoenix that was more than half a foot long, the little Chilan that was pulling the carriage, and the 8 little people that were leading the way, all rushed over. Even if the demon lord, divine monk, sacred master, and emperor were in front of them, they would still be crushed into ashes. They possessed an indomitable and extremely powerful power. However, in front of the Azure the Arch, they were as insignificant as dust. When they were still a few dozen zhang away from the handsome man, they evaporated one after another and turned into nothingness. Such a group of powerful creatures could originally kill everyone here, but in front of the Azure the Arch who didn't even retaliate, they were all turned into ashes. It was like a fantasy story. The ancient emperors are too terrifying. There is simply no way to estimate their cultivation. The people could only sigh in admiration. Not far away, a scarlet light flickered. The third generation Yuan Taoist master and a dozen or so red-furred monsters were trembling and wanted to escape. The demon monarch's divine might made them tremble in fear. However, they had only run a few steps when one red-furred creature after another fell to the ground. They were stopped by a divine force field. The Azure the Arch walked over step by step. His eyes were calm, and a wisp of azure light flowed out. Everywhere he passed, there was a series of noises. It was incomparably peaceful. The dozen or so red-furred creatures were purified. Their bodies emitted green smoke, and their blood-colored fur was all burned away. Screams of pain could be heard as the dozen or so corpses turned into ashes. Streaks of blood-colored light rushed out from their bodies, wanting to fly into the sky and escape. Chi! The divine aura that the Azure the Arch emitted was like a divine blade that slashed across. All the blood-colored light was cut off, turned into ashes, and completely disappeared. Azure the Arch. The third generation Yuan Taoist master spoke for the first time. His words weren't very clear, and it sounded like the growl of a wild beast. His eyes flickered with blood-colored light, and he looked especially fierce. The Azure the Arch didn't say a word. He only slowly raised his hand and pointed a finger. A beam of eternal light shot out and imprinted itself on that human-shaped red-furred creature. Demon the Arch, you will pay the price. A human-shaped beam of red light rushed out from the top of the Yuan Taoist master's head. However, everything was futile. The Azure Thearch's finger represented eternity. It was omnipotent and invincible. A green finger descended, and that human-shaped blood-colored light instantly turned into ashes. Another terrifying creature was destroyed. The Azure the Arch killed the various sect masters like cutting vegetables, but under the Azure Thearch's finger, they couldn't even be considered dust. They didn't even have the strength to resist. Pop! The red fur on the third generation Yuan Taoist master's corpse disappeared, revealing an old and withered body. There was no longer a trace of life. His life had already ended 70,000 years ago. Yi Fan's heart trembled. The Yuan Taoist master's later years were too terrifying. Now that he saw this scene, he couldn't explain clearly what had happened. He walked forward, wanting to bury this patriarch's body. However, many people let out cold snorts, and waves of killing intent filled the air. The immortal elixir belongs to us all, an old man shouted in a low voice. Bang! Suddenly, the third generation Yuan Taoist master's corpse split into pieces. A fist-sized divine elixir soared into the sky, even more resplendent than the sun. It was blazing and gorgeous, and its yang qi was exceptionally heavy. This was the immortal elixir of immortal elixir. It was born from the Yuan Taoist master's body and was nourished by the Qinling eternal dragon. It formed a bit of true yang within the extreme yin, which then transformed into a treasured elixir. The Peacock King and the Crimson Dragon Daoist controlled the primal chaos green lotus together, and the Grand Xia Emperor had the Tai sovereign sword hovering above his head. All of them felt apprehensive. With the rebirth of the Demon the Arch, they didn't dare to wantonly use their ultimate emperor weapons for fear of incurring the wrath of the Demon the Arch. They only trembled slightly, and the immortal elixir of immortal elixir immediately split apart, turning into dozens of pieces that flew in all directions like streaks of multicolored light. The demon the Arch didn't even glance in their direction. He strode forward and faced the eternal dragon lair. There were billions of stars in his eyes, constantly revolving. Many experts took action one after another, sacrificing the magic treasures they had cultivated with their lives to fight over the legendary immortal elixir of immortal elixir. Not a single expert could calmly face it. The sky was overflowing with brilliant colors, and a refreshing fragrance drifted down, making the entire immortal transformation pond seem like a dream. The rain of light was like smoke, and many people directly collapsed on the ground from intoxication. The more it was like this, the more people felt the third-generation Yuan Taoist master's power. This was the extreme yang elixir that he had cultivated for 70,000 years. It was refined using the eternal dragon lair as a furnace. However, such a powerful existence couldn't withstand the power of a single finger from the azure the Arch. His divine soul turned into ashes, leaving behind only his physical body and the treasured elixir. Yi Fan was the closest. He took out the myriad chi cauldron and, like a sky-swallowing treasure bottle, collected the 3 fingernail-sized, crystal-like elixir fragments. The other sect masters also took action one after another, using their life treasures to fight over the elixir. Each of them had their own gains, and the one with the most obtained 4 divine elixir fragments. All of them were incomparably excited. To living fossil-level characters, this was a peerless divine medicine that could extend their lifespan. It was something that couldn't be bought with millions of gold. It could be said that this was their life. Clang! Someone attacked Yi Fan. An 8 trigrams mirror shone with a dazzling brilliance, wanting to stop the myriad chi cauldron and snatch it away. Clang, clang! Like the chime of tens of thousands of swords, Yi Fan drew upon the power of the celestial pool and branded 81 heavenly origin runes in the air. A true dragon flew out and knocked away the 8 trigrams mirror. Chi! An even more frightening divine light shot over. The people from the Yin-Yang sect made their move. An ancient scripture flowed with the aura of life and death. It shot out a ray of death light and slashed at Yi Fan. These people not only wanted to snatch the undying deity elixir fragments, but they also wanted to snatch the myriad chi cauldron. Hence, they were very decisive and heavy-handed. Yi Fan let out a cold snort and used his original art. The clouds in the immortal transformation pool were rosy, and rays of celestial light appeared. They turned into monstrous magic power for him to use and attack the enemies. This was a cruel battle. Yi Fan succeeded in retrieving the myriad chi cauldron and the elixir. At the same time, he sent a ray of celestial light into the space between the eyebrows of an expert, causing him to scream and fall to the ground. PFFF. In the distance, it was also very intense. 2 sect masters died a violent death, and several experts were killed in body and soul. In order to snatch the elixir fragments, people risked their lives. Boom! Suddenly, a monstrous divine light rushed out from the ancient dragon cave. All the people fighting stopped, and many people fell to the ground. An ancient dragon carriage rumbled out from the dragon cave. On it was an existence that was emitting divine light all over. He was as tall as an ordinary person, but he made people tremble. If it wasn't for Qing the Arch standing in front of the immortal transformation pool, people believed that most people would have already fallen to the ground. It was him who resisted the power that reigned supreme in the heavens and earth. The dragon carriage was ancient, and that person wore a great emperor's crown and ancient emperor's clothes. He was like a god walking out from the primordial earth. The great emperor, that the group of divine jade spirits in human form had appeared. Another living great emperor. Many people felt like they were going crazy. The ancient great emperors were like gods. They only existed in legends and couldn't be seen in later generations. How could one of them appear now? People almost didn't dare to believe it. Since ancient times, there had never been 2 great emperors in one era. Why did such a thing happen? It didn't make sense. Gods vanish, countless grains of sand in the Ganges River. I am the immortal emperor of the Central Plains. The ancient dragon carriage was filled with saber marks and sword holes. It was engraved with the marks left behind during the primordial war. Eternal clear sky, one lotus, Qing the Arch said calmly. The green bronze piece quietly floated above his head. Impossible. The immortal transformation pool definitely had a terrifying demonic power that made people hallucinate. It was impossible for two great emperors to coexist in the heavens and earth. This was what all of the sect masters were thinking. However, everything seemed so real. No matter how they probed, they could still sense the auras of two unmatched existences. Ancient great emperors, why did two of them appear? Even those living fossils were full of doubt. So it was like this. I understand now. The sickly elder said to himself. Chapter 645. Since time immemorial, two great emperors had never met before. If both of them were emperors, it would be an unprecedented miracle. Was there an immemorial emperor sleeping under the Qinling dragon vein? I don't believe it. It must be an illusion. Someone with great power must have made everyone hallucinate. Someone refused to believe it. The demon emperor stood with his hands clasped behind his back. His azure robe fluttered in the wind. He looked very young, heroic, and indifferent, but there was a formless emperor's might around him. As powerful as the Red Dragon Daoist and the Peacock King were, they couldn't help but shiver. The primal chaos lotus in their hands swayed, and strands of primal chaos lingered, responding to the emperor in azure. At this moment, they couldn't bear it at all. They couldn't hold on to this emperor weapon anymore. All of them knelt down. Qing Di didn't suppress them, it was just an aura of origin that made them unable to bear it. This was the great emperor of the demon race. Even though he stood there calmly, even the strongest demon kings could only look up to him. Their souls trembled. In the distance, Yi Fan's heart was shaken. What kind of might was the demon emperor? Thinking back to his brilliant life, it was truly awe-inspiring. It could be imagined that when the demon emperor was young, he must have been an expert that could look down on the past and present. At that time, all his peers would be in despair, unable to catch up to him. Clang, clang, tens of thousands of swords hummed in unison. Beams of light shot up to the sky. Each beam was like a great mountain, and they were all emitted by the Tai sovereign sword. This was not sword chi, nor was it sword light. It was only the natural flow of energy when it was awakened. Even so, it was about to break through the sky. One could imagine how terrifying the power of the Emperor weapon would be once it was awakened. No wonder even the eternal fate of the entire Central Plains couldn't resist it. The Tai sovereign sword's strange movements were all caused by the self-proclaimed immortal Emperor of the Central Plains. He was activating the sword, wanting to seize the past and fight against the demon Emperor. However, the Tai sovereign sword had awakened a little. It had its own life, and its strongest power was equivalent to the resurrection of a human emperor. Although it was still far from coming back to life, it wouldn't be so easy to take away. Clang, clang, the Tai sovereign sword hummed softly. With a flick of the demon monarch's finger, the Tai sovereign sword fell silent. It was stunned by the invincible existence of the demon race. Hiss. In the distance, everyone took a deep breath. The Qing the Arch was too powerful. He had calmly put away the Tai sovereign sword, causing the immortal sword, which was said to have unparalleled offensive power since ancient times, to not even dare to struggle. Do you want to hold this sword in your hand? The monster race great emperor calmly asked. Not far away, on top of the ancient war chariot, that deity-like existence's entire body shone. He stood there without moving, feeling a type of pressure. Then take it. The Lotus the Arch flicked his finger, and the Tai sovereign sword let out a buzzing sound as it turned into a huge dragon and flew forward, bearing its fangs and claws. Clang! On the primordial war chariot, the godlike existence raised his hand and grabbed the Thai's sovereign sword. His aura suddenly rose by a large margin, and the millions of Qinling mountains trembled. All the birds and beasts wailed. Even far away in the sky, they all prostrated themselves. They didn't have the slightest strength to resist, and all they could do was prostrate themselves in worship. As for the people present, they felt it even more deeply. There was no one who wasn't afraid. Almost everyone knelt down, their bodies trembling. Apart from the calm behind the Qing arch, the other regions were like terrifying waves, shaking violently. Only the people behind him could stand. "You're too careless," the immortal emperor of the middle ground said coldly. The Thai's sovereign sword in his hand hummed as it shot out a sky-piercing sword chi, piercing through the sky. At this moment, many of the major powers in the middle ground with ancient inheritances were shocked. Even though they were tens of millions of miles away, they could still feel an unusual aura. Boom! The Thai's sovereign sword continued to shine brightly, transforming into a huge dragon that pierced through the heavens and into the star domain, disappearing into the dark and cold universe. Bang! In the eternal and desolate starry domain, a meteor that flew past was blasted into pieces by that thick sword radiance. Another meteor region was swept through, turning into dust. This was the power of the Thai's sovereign sword. When it was activated by someone, it didn't even completely revive, yet it already displayed terrifying might. A single person stood on this great earth, yet he could hack apart a meteor that flew past. This was like a legend, the power great to the point where it made all experts collapse. What kind of power is this? Not even deities have this kind of offensive power. Many sect masters' expressions turned pale, their faces incomparably gloomy. This type of power was something they couldn't achieve even if they cultivated bitterly for 100 lifetimes. This is just an emperor weapon that hasn't completely revived. If it truly revives, what kind of power would a true great emperor have? It is rumored that ancient great emperors could easily hack down stars in the cosmos no matter how far away they are. It seems like this is true. When people thought of this rumor, they all trembled. This kind of power was too terrifying, it wouldn't be a problem for it to destroy the entire world. No wonder, since ancient times, great emperors have always been taboo. When they live, they die. When they die, they come back to life. It's hard for two emperors to meet, Buzz. On the war chariot of the primordial era, the supreme expert wearing the great emperor's crown and the ancient emperor's sacred robe repeatedly praised, "Good, good, good." He continued to wave the Thai's sovereign sword, and with a forceful shake, an even thicker sword radiance pierced through the cosmos. It was extremely terrifying. At this moment, some of the living fossils in the central plains opened their eyes in shock. They looked at the vast sky in disbelief. The might of a great emperor. Someone is fully activating the emperor weapon. An ancient great emperor weapon has been revived. How is this possible? Just how much power is needed to do all of this? The Thai sovereign sword was almost revived by a supreme power. The most powerful group of people in the Central Plains all sensed something and were all alarmed. The four great immortal dynasties in particular were even more uneasy. They knew that the Thai sovereign sword was reviving. Who was leading all of this? What were they trying to do? Beside the immortal transformation pond, Qing Di was still unmoved. He looked forward calmly as the stars in his eyes evolved and the cosmos was born. All sorts of mysteries were circulating together. Qing Di, you are too arrogant. Do you really think I don't know your actual situation? I will send you to liberation and make you disappear from this world forever. On the ancient chariot, the immortal emperor roared. He suddenly waved the emperor weapon in his hand and slashed forward with a world-destroying aura. This sword was incomparably vast. If it slashed down, not to mention the immortal transformation pond, even the Qinling mountains would be destroyed. Qing Di was startled. He sighed and didn't say anything. He only stretched out 2 fingers and pinched forward. A world in the palm. The divine monk from the western desert was shocked. A world in a grain of sand. The Buddha's hand could transform into a great world of stars. It possessed boundless divine abilities and was a secret technique not passed down by Buddhism. However, Qing Di could also easily display it. Ding! A light sound rang out. The Beast Emperor's 2 fingers extended for more than 10 li, clamping down on the mysterious Tai sovereign sword and easily freezing it in place. Even this emperor weapon that was about to completely revive couldn't move and couldn't be slashed down. Just now, even the meteorite was destroyed, yet now, it can't even do anything to 2 fingers. Everyone's fine hairs stood on end. Just how powerful was the Beast Emperor? There was no way to measure it. Beast Emperor, worthy of being the #1 figure in 100,000 years. You created a golden age after the desolate antiquity era. The immortal emperor on the chariot said. I gave you a chance. Qing Di said calmly. What chance did you give me? This godlike existence retreated. The ancient chariot rumbled. I didn't lend you the Tai sovereign sword to kill me, but to remove your own evil thoughts and leave behind an unmatched benevolent heart. The Beast Emperor shook his head. Stop acting like a great emperor. Don't think that I don't know your actual situation. You died 10,000 years ago, and the current you is no longer at your peak. You are about to become a holy spirit. Your 9 apertures psychic took millions of years to form. It isn't easy at all. If I kill you, even the heavens will blame me. I originally didn't want to kill, but now, I have no choice but to do so, Qing Di said. Everyone was shocked. It turned out that this so-called immortal emperor wasn't a true great emperor. He was just an existence that was about to become a holy spirit. You yourself are just a killing intent. You are no longer the you of the past. What can you do to me? This existence that could be compared to a holy spirit shouted. Everyone was shaken again. It was too unexpected. The Beast Emperor wasn't revived, but just a killing intent. Only now did everyone understand. How could there be 2 great emperors in the same era? It turned out that neither of them were great emperors. There was a hidden story. It really is him, the Qing Di's killing intent that existed for a long time to kill the Kai clan's ancestor, the sickly old man muttered to himself. Yi Fan suddenly understood. He had heard of a secret before. Before the Beast Emperor passed away, he had released his killing intent in the eastern wasteland. He wanted to kill the humanoid red-haired creature that was wreaking havoc in the Qinling Mountains. However, at that time, the Qinling Mountains had moved and sunk into the ground. The 3rd-generation Yuan Taoist master had disappeared and couldn't be found. The Qing Di's killing intent had been released. As long as it didn't hit its target, it would exist forever. It would automatically absorb the essence of heaven and earth to replenish its killing intent. It took root on a piece of green copper, turned into a small green lotus, and sunk into its birthplace. Everyone came to their senses and pondered over the cause and effect. But, that piece of green copper. Greed appeared in many people's eyes. Since the Qing Di was a killing intent, he would definitely disappear. That piece of green copper would naturally become an ownerless object. It was definitely a treasure. To enter the ruins of God, go through the southern heavenly gate and the leaping heavenly palace. I once killed 2 real holy spirits under the immortal peach tree. Now, I don't want to kill a 3rd one, but I also don't want to see you bring disaster to the world, the Qing Di said calmly. Hearing this, everyone's scalps went numb. How strong was the Beast Emperor? From his words, it seemed that killing 2 holy spirits didn't take much effort at all. You killed 2 real holy spirits in the ruins of God, one of the 7 great forbidden zones of the eastern wasteland. The creature's voice was very unnatural. The nine orifices psychic was nurtured for millions of years before it was truly formed. At this stage, you are all favored by the heavens. I didn't want to kill, but if I left you alive, you would bring disaster to the world. You have no benevolent heart. If the heavens resent you, I will use my emperor's strength to resolve it. The Qing Di became dignified. Everyone was shocked. It was said that if one killed someone with great luck, endless disasters would befall them. They would suffer from heavenly punishment and die without a doubt. Every holy spirit was formed after millions of years. It could be said that they had gathered great luck from the heavens. Killing them would bring about endless disasters. Since ancient times, only the great emperor of the human race dared to kill them. He could use his own strength to resolve the disasters of the heavens and refine the heavens. Boom! The being that was about to become a holy spirit swung the Tai sovereign sword while fighting for the chaotic green lotus. He wanted to use the two sovereign weapons to fight the beast emperor. However, the Qing Di didn't care at all. He let the chaotic green lotus fly away. He only said indifferently, "I am the great emperor. Do you think I can't kill you without the sovereign weapons?" At this moment, he slowly raised his hand and pressed it down. There was no light, no terrifying ripples. However, when the two imperial weapons came slashing down, they were both frozen in place. Boom! When the large hand descended, this sacred spirit released a loud cry. Its body shattered inch by inch, burning up inch by inch. Together with the ancient war chariot, it turned into an expanse of light, evaporating. An existence that could compete with the great emperor after becoming a holy spirit was killed so easily. Everyone was shocked. Ding! There was a soft sound, and a piece of green bronze fell to the ground. The beast emperor's figure faded and then disappeared completely as if he had never appeared. On the ground, only a piece of green bronze mottled with rust proved that everything just now was real. Qing Di. Ancestor. All kinds of voices sounded, and many people exclaimed. So what if I am alive? So what if I am dead? I came from the primal chaos and returned to the primal chaos. I am a lotus in the sky. The ethereal voice sounded at the end, and then everything went silent. Chapter 646. He was like a lotus in the sky, only leaving behind a sigh in the void. He disappeared forever, never to appear in this world again. Many people felt incomparably regretful, even feeling a sense of loss. This kind of world-shaking great emperor disappeared forever just like that. Back then, Xiaoya was heroic and full of vigor. When he was young, he was also frivolous, leaving his peers far behind, stunning the world. Now, the hero's hair had turned white, passing away forever, returning to the yellow earth. The glory that belonged to him drowned out the entire era. No one could compete with him, not even the sun and moon in the sky. They could only dim in comparison. Those of the same generation had long passed away, covered by him. After many years, only he remained alone in this world, but the curtains had also completely fallen. What would Qing Emperor be like when he was 20? How heroic and majestic. What kind of scene would he be when he was 40? How unrivaled would he be when he was 100? Everyone here asked themselves, if they were the same age, how great of a difference would there be between them and Qing Emperor? If they were of the same generation, how far would they be left behind? The living fossil-level figures were comparing themselves. If they were Qing Emperor, what kind of state would he be in when he was 3,000 years old? He definitely wouldn't be struggling because his lifespan was about to run out. He would most likely be unrivaled since ancient times. Many young girls felt ripples in their hearts. If they could accompany Qing Emperor, they would have no regrets in this life. He was dressed in azure clothes and lived a heroic life. In the end, he came from the primal chaos and returned to the primal chaos. There was only a sigh. Thousands of illusions of sword energy rose up. An expanse of sword light illuminated the endless mountains of Qinling. Not everyone was sentimental. They had long since taken action to snatch that piece of green copper. All kinds of magical artifacts and all kinds of divine weapons appeared. Golden cauldrons, stone bells, copper pagodas, silver furnaces, and others flew out together. They were densely packed in the sky, descending together. The immortal transformation pool was the birthplace of Qing Emperor. He took root on the green copper piece, and now that he had returned, there was not a single person who wasn't moved. The golden Taiji circle appeared. Yi Fan shouted loudly, fighting against the experts from all sides. Immortal light rushed out from the lake, providing him with heaven-overflowing magical power. Once this circle appeared, no technique could touch him. He sent a half-step expert flying, coughing out blood, his body trembling. Pooh! On the other side, North Emperor Ting appeared. He was even fiercer. The martial Dao heavenly eye opened and flickered with light, deriving the mysteries of the universe. Every ray of light was like a primal chaos sword. Clang, clang, Wang Ting's eyes were like the sea. His martial Dao heavenly eye shot out in all directions like heavenly swords slashing down, slashing the furnace that the great expert had summoned into pieces. Pooh! His black hair fluttered in the wind, and lightning shot out from his eyes. With the celestial arch sword in his hand, he took a step forward and slashed horizontally. With a flash of blood, a head flew off. A great figure was killed just like that. His corpse was split into two, each side flying in different directions. Blood rushed far into the distance, dyeing the banks of the immortal transformation pond red. Bang! A demon lord stepped forward, wanting to grab the green copper piece. A golden divine light shot up into the clouds beneath Wang Ting's feet as an ancient emperor's chariot appeared. 9 true dragons, 9 divine phoenixes, 9 white tigers, and 9 black tortoises revolved around it. The war chariot charged over and forced the demon lord back. The green copper piece flew up and became an ownerless item again. Wang Ting stretched out his hand and grabbed it. Clang! Yi Fan's body turned into a Taiji diagram's dragon-shaped Dao mark curve, smashing Wang Ting's war chariot to the side. With a loud rumble, it almost flipped over. Courting death. Wang Ting was very cold. He raised his sword and slashed out with a golden rainbow. On the other side, the Eastern Wasteland Saint Lords took action. They grabbed forward and fought for the green copper piece. All sorts of Saint Lord level weapons were used. Boom! Suddenly, mist rushed into the sky from the Dragon Vein ancient cave. The monkey swung his rod and pierced through an ancestral root. Over a dozen creatures flew away. Some were horses, some were swallows, fantasy-level divine marrow. Everyone cried out in surprise. There was a fragrance coming from that place. No matter how far away they were, they could still smell it. It almost seeped into their bones and souls. Bang! The monkey reached out with a golden hand and grabbed a squirrel-like creature. He roared at the sky and did his best to refine it into a piece of dragon marrow. Oh heavens, fantasy-level divine marrow. All the Saint Lords couldn't stay calm anymore. Many people gave up on fighting for the green copper piece and ran towards the ancient dragon cave. To those who were at the end of their lifespans, that was the most precious immortal treasure in the world. The monkey had caught one, and the others were all excited. There were still over 10 immortal spirits. If they could catch them all, what kind of divine treasury would that be? Of course, the green copper was the supreme treasure of the central prefecture. Not everyone would give up on it. Many people were still fighting for it. Yi Fan and Wang Ting almost clashed. He used the Battle Saint technique to form a golden Taiji circle that was unbreakable. He used the celestial pond's light to replenish his divine power to fight against the North Arch. The two clashed fiercely. Ordinary people couldn't get close at all. Only one Saint Lord could fight against him. Both sides wanted to kill each other, and it was especially bitter. Bang! A golden taiji descended from the sky and clashed with the 9 dragons, 9 phoenixes, 9 tigers, and 9 xuanwu. There was a deafening sound. The golden war chariot rumbled with thunder and lightning. It was dazzling. On it, the image of an ancient emperor was faintly discernible. It was almost as if it was going to materialize. It emitted a terrifying wave that made one's scalp numb. The sound was unending, and there was a violent rumble. Yi Fan's golden taiji circle and the ancient war chariot were both shaking, as if they were going to break apart. At this moment, Yi Fan was shocked. If it wasn't for the sea of immortal light flying over, this ancient war chariot would really be hard to resist. The image of the emperor on it was too terrifying. Boom! There was another tremor. Yi Fan used the immortal's forbidden 6 seals and the others, turning the immortal lake into his own. The void was filled with imprints and strange words, like little dragons swimming around. The golden war chariot was also like the deep sea. Golden divine light rushed out, and the 4 great sage spirits each had 9 of them. It was as if they were protecting the Ziwei ancient imperial star, causing people to tremble. Boom! Finally, the ancient emperor opened his eyes and let out a cry that sounded like the beginning of the universe. It pierced through heaven and earth. Yi Fan's body went cold as he retreated. Ah! A series of screams could be heard. More than 10 powerful cultivators behind him were stained with blood. They all fell to the ground, pierced by the power of the ancient emperor's image. Yi Fan, hand over your life. Wang Ting roared. The celestial arch sword in his hand slashed down. He also opened his martial path heavenly eye. At the same time, a strange power attacked. Yi Fan's heart shook. He felt a familiar aura. There was a power on the other party that made him feel close and familiar. 9 secrets. The other party used the 9 secrets to attack him. It was obviously a terrifying ultimate art. At this moment, Jiang Yi used the row formula to dodge to one side. Then, he used all kinds of ultimate arts, combining them into one and attacking. With a boom, the original art triggered the celestial lake, causing it to boil. It was like a vast ocean, fighting against the North Arch. Boom! Suddenly, there was a tremor in the distance. The great Xia Emperor grasped the Tai sovereign sword again. He was rushing over from a mountain far away, and his extreme emperor's aura was surging. This was a very frightening power. Although it was not as frightening as when it was in the hands of a saint spirit, it could destroy the meteorites in the outer realm. However, it could also destroy all the living beings in this place. However, he did not dare to attack everyone at the same time. After all, in this world, Great Xia was not the only one with extreme emperor weapons. The other major forces also had them. If he killed everyone now, there would definitely be people who would dare to destroy Great Xia in the future. On the other side, the Red Dragon Daoist and the Peacock King also grasped the Primal Chaos Green Lotus and confronted the Tai Sovereign Sword. They immediately offset most of the Emperor's aura. Otherwise, it would have been completely destroyed. Boom! Duande finally made his move. He actually stood together with the blind old man. The 2 incomplete Emperor weapons merged together, forming the most frightening ancient sky-devouring devil jar. At this moment, everyone trembled. A faint sigh faintly sounded out, causing many living fossils to be horrified. The deity inside this extreme Emperor weapon is still alive. It will be very easy to revive. Everyone's hair stood on end. If this attack were to be unleashed, the millions of Qinling mountains would cease to exist. Duande and the blind old man did not have any ideas about the green copper. They actually appeared in front of the Eternal Dragon Cave to fight for the fantasy-grade divine quintessence. There was only one stalk of the so-called fantasy-grade divine quintessence, but its growth was very frightening. A few small creatures were born from the mother stalk. Although they were very agile and possessed extreme speed, they could not escape from the Emperor weapon. As soon as the sky-devouring devil jar appeared, a Supreme Emperor's aura surged violently. It could almost reach the 6 directions and 8 desolates. In an instant, it rushed into the ground and forcibly restrained 2 creatures, a golden puppy and a pink mouse. Ha! Fatty Duan laughed wildly, but his eyes were fixed on the green copper in the distance. The blind old man's eyes rolled back and revealed his true heavenly eye. He was incomparably excited. Seeing this scene, the eyes of the others became even redder. A portion of the peak characters who were fighting for the green copper piece rushed over and entered the ancient cave. Boom! The Central Emperor appeared. Each of his fists smashed an ancient cave as he approached the deepest part of the dragon vein step by step. At the same time, the Ji clan's Holy Master, Alcade Holy Master, and the Jiang clan's Holy Master rushed over, stained with blood. They killed several powerful enemies and killed their way into the dragon cave. Roar! The roars of the peak characters shook the mountains and rivers as they fought to the death. Beside the immortal pond, the battle had almost reached its climax. 8 Holy Master level characters had died. This was a world-shaking event. In the era of the ancient emperor's disappearance, they were the masters of this land. Clang, clang, Yi Fan and Wang Ting's battle finally separated. Wang Ting's golden chariot was truly strange. Moreover, it had an endless secret technique. It displayed an unparalleled secret technique of the ancient Chaos Grand Emperor and killed the second powerhouse. It could be said that in this place, the golden chariot he controlled was almost invincible and invincible. Yi Fan, hand over your life. Bang! Another fierce battle ensued. The golden Tai Chi circle was almost shattered, but the lake had endless immortal light to borrow, which made up for Yi Fan's lack of spiritual power. He used his Genesis techniques and Sage techniques to fight against this powerful opponent. Facing the golden chariot, not only was Yi Fan apprehensive, but the other holy masters and demon lords were also fearful and had to retreat. This was because once the ancient emperor's shadow on the golden chariot opened its eyes, it could kill almost all enemies. Everyone had to dodge. In the bitter battle, many people died. However, the green copper block had not fallen into anyone's hands yet. Those who dashed close all died. Boom! A dozen cultivators were smashed into the lake. One of them screamed as he stepped on an object the size of a fist. His foot was pierced, and fresh blood flowed. When the others saw the object, they were all shocked. It was a fragment of a sacred weapon. PFFF. This cultivator was beaten into a mist of blood on the spot. A group of experts pounced over to fight for the fragment. On the shore, everyone was fighting. Wang Ting could fight holy masters and was unparalleled. Moreover, he was standing on the golden chariot. There were ancient emperors opening their eyes to kill experts from time to time. He was unstoppable. Only Yi Fan could compete with him with his Genesis techniques. It had to be said that the Origin Heavenly Book had obtained the mysteries of heaven. In such an exceptional celestial ground, one could be invincible. Finally, the North Arch had the absolute initiative. He was the first to rush to the green copper block and grabbed it. His eyes looked at Yi Fan not far away, revealing a trace of cold light. Dong! However, all of a sudden, the green copper block trembled and flew out of Wang Ting's hand, flying towards Yi Fan. At this crucial moment, he finally displayed the army formula, which he had just peeked into the profound mysteries, to seize the holy weapon. Buzz! Suddenly, the void trembled. A frightening flying immortal power came, attacking Yi Fan's back. In the distance, 365 golden god phantoms appeared at the same time, as if a starry sky was moving horizontally. Chapter 647. Chi. Behind Yi Fan, there were 81 waterfalls that flowed in reverse towards the sky. They were like 10,000 horses galloping, like a vast body of water flowing in reverse, straight into the clouds. This was the immortal light that flew out from the lake. It turned into a divine waterfall that blocked behind Yi Fan, defending against the terrifying attack. The flying immortal art was an extremely powerful secret technique that Great Emperor Vicious created to deal with the 9 secrets. It had the power of flying immortals and surpassed the limits of humans. Resplendent light collided with the golden vortexes. Buddhist chanting came from there as if it came from the ancient era. This was a terrifying scene. There were 365 golden vortexes, and every one of them was like the birth of a star field. A deity sat cross-legged in the middle and slowly opened his eyes. Boom! There was a violent tremor as all the deities in the vortexes interweaved with golden laws. A golden ancient temple descended from the sky, and the corpses of golden arhats and bodhisattvas floated up and down, lingering in the surroundings. The power of flying immortals combined with this terrifying golden power, and it could cut apart the heavens and the earth. Li Xiaoman. A cold light flashed in Yi Fan's eyes. He suddenly turned his head and saw magic power surging over like an abyss. In the past, Hua Yunfei had a protector. Even the incarnation that elderly Ruoyu killed was a terrifying half-step almighty. His true body had finally appeared this time. He was actually a divine lord-level character. At this moment, he was activating his overflowing magic power and pouring it into a white-robed beauty, using a shocking secret technique. A black vase floated above his head, and endless terrifying fluctuations spread out. Li Xiaoman was borrowing the power of an almighty to attack. This secret technique was extremely terrifying. Yi Fan coldly snorted, and his eyes became as deep as the universe. The golden Taiji circle shook the 9 heavens as it slowly rotated. At the same time, the immortal forbidden 6 seals appeared, transforming this part of the world. Earth, fire, wind, and water moved, and strands of primal chaos aura filled the air. It was as if heaven and earth were being split apart, transforming the energy of the birth of all things. Following that, the 9 ancient characters recorded in the Tao scriptures jumped out one after another, imprinting themselves in the nothingness and condensing in the small world that had been opened up. An intense collision and a soundless blazing light engulfed the banks of the immortal transformation pool. Yi Fan completely destroyed the golden ancient temple and the power of the flying immortal. However, with this obstruction, Wang Ting had already charged over. His eyes were like icy swords, and they surged with killing intent as he stared at the piece of green copper and attacked. This was a battle to the death. Aside from Wang Ting, there were other almighty beings who had arrived. How could they not be excited when faced with the precious treasure of the central prefecture that the old man had mentioned? There was no way they would allow him to take it away. 9 slashes of the demonic god formed destruction. Pang Bo shouted loudly. A 2-inch-long purple sword was spat out from his mouth. It was sparkling and glistening, and then shot out like lightning. Yi Fan used his Genesis technique to channel endless immortal light into Pang Bo's body, giving him endless magic power to participate in the battle. Everyone couldn't help but be shocked. The Heavenly Origin book was truly a wondrous book. It contained inconceivable profound mysteries in such a special place that shocked even the gods. However, Yi Fan was also in a difficult situation. Using his Genesis technique to its fullest consumed a lot of energy. Facing so many powerful enemies, he was truly unable to do as he wished. Although the purple sword was 2-inch long and sparkling like water, it was exceptionally sharp. It turned into a ray of purple light as it flew over and cut off the heads of 3 almighty beings. Boom! Yi Fan and Wang Ting clashed head-on. It was like 2 gods of war clashing. Vast and mighty divine light blasted the almighty beings back. Both sides' eyes were bloodshot. Kill, battle cries shook the heavens. Many experts rushed over from all directions. Yifan felt a strong pressure. With so many people coming for the green copper in his hand, it was impossible to kill them all. Moreover, there was no lack of Holy Lord level figures among them. Such frightening cultivators posed a great threat to him. One attack from each of them would be enough to destroy him. Demon the Arch Slash, Divine Injury. Pang Bo shouted. His eyes flickered with silver light as two silver true dragons shot out. They coiled around a 3-inch-long scarlet jade spear, cutting through all fabrications and cutting open everyone's origin. Ah! An almighty who was attacking Yifan screamed. His forehead was hit, and a crack appeared. It couldn't be closed anymore. Every slash of the demon the Arch 9 slashes was earth-shattering. With the help of the immortal light, this attack was extremely terrifying. Even almighty beings couldn't withstand it. PFFF. With a soft sound, that person's head split open and turned into a pile of paste. He died a violent death without any hope of resurrection. Everyone's hair stood on end. They looked at Pang Bo with fear and disbelief. Qing the Arch had just died, and his divine might was unpredictable. Now, someone was using his supreme secret technique. Boom! With Pang Bo's help, Yifan knocked away the golden ancient war chariot. He used the golden Tai Chi circle to protect himself and rushed out. He used the 9 ancient words of the Tao scripture to seal an almighty being. Waves of immortal light flew out from the lake. Ah! A scream rang out. The 9 words rotated and sealed him in a small world cage. Then, he turned into a pile of ashes. Go! Yifan shouted and rushed down the mountain. He couldn't stay here anymore. Even though there might be broken pieces of the arch weapon in the lake, he had become the target of everyone now that he had the green copper. If he didn't leave now, he would definitely die here. Kill! The sound of killing was deafening. They rushed down the mountain as though they were flying. Where do you think you're going? Wang Ting drove the golden ancient war chariot and chased after them. The other experts kept on killing, and this was a path stained with blood. Clang, clang, Yifan fought against the North Arch. Pang Bo was also valiant. He used the demon the Arch 9 slashes and combined them with the 9 divine weapons to kill in all directions. Although the 9 jade weapons were small, they were the Arch divine weapons. They were invincible and unstoppable. Those of the same rank had to retreat. Yifan also took out the black ancient war chariot and stood on it. At the same time, he held the deity striking whip in his hand and the myriad chi cauldron above his head. This was a path stained with blood, but there were too many strong enemies. There was no end to them. They came to the foot of the mountain covered in blood. There were countless corpses lying on the road. However, the North Arch was too strong. He drove the golden ancient war chariot, and there was no way to get rid of him. There were also some divine sovereign level experts chasing after them. They were in a bad situation. Let's see where you can run to. The North Arch had absolute confidence. As long as they got out of this place, Yifan's original art would be useless. Buzz! From the side, a black iron rod smashed over. Monkey appeared with fiery eyes and an unparalleled murderous weapon in his hand. He almost crushed the heaven and earth. He swung his rod down and hit the golden ancient war chariot, almost sending Wang Ting flying off. Then, he attacked fiercely. The pressure on Yifan was greatly reduced. He focused on dealing with the other terrifying experts and rushed out. However, the immortal light they could use was much less here. Swish! Suddenly, a ray of purple light flew out from the ancient dragon cave. A small snake rushed out. It was not more than a foot long, and it was intelligent and crystal clear. A group of important people chased after it. Another living creature grew from the Dream Divine Pith Mother Rhizome. This was a priceless immortal treasure. The eyes of the older generation were red. They all chased after it. Even those who were attacking Yifan and Pangbo were stunned. They all used their divine arts to fight for it. Clang, clang, the 9 divine weapons vibrated at the same time. Yifan poured all the immortal light he could gather into Pangbo's body. He activated the Imperial Divine Weapon and slashed out. This was a terrifying power. The 9 divine weapons came out at the same time and interweaved into a blazing divine net. It destroyed everything in front of it. Boom! The small purple snake was imprisoned by the Imperial Divine Weapon and was captured by Pangbo in an instant. Let's go! The two of them knew that they had encountered a great taboo. Their spoils of war were too bountiful. People were already envious of them. It was likely that most people wanted to kill them. Suddenly, the Thai sovereign sword trembled slightly. Its attack power was unparalleled in the world. It emitted a wisp of extreme pressure and pressed over. Even though this was a deity ground, it couldn't withstand it. The earth was about to collapse and sink. Everyone felt that doomsday was coming. Green light flickered and the primal chaos was hazy. The Peacock King and the Red Dragon Daoist took out their demonic arch weapons and blocked the Thai sovereign sword, resolving the crisis. Yifan and the others were bathed in blood as they rushed out. This place was too dangerous. One more minute would mean death. Wang. On the other side, another terrifying fluctuation surged. This heaven and earth were about to be destroyed. Another extreme Tao Emperor weapon appeared and transformed into all things in the sky. It was going to destroy everything. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. The undying inheritance had long been prepared, and there were other unmatched Emperor weapons as well. Who could contend against them? Hong. The ancient heaven-devouring devil jar revived. Its faint sigh reached everyone's hearts. An enormous black hole appeared and a terrifying precious vase floated up and down. The old blind man led all of this, blocking the other Emperor weapon. At the same time, Li Heishui, Wu Zhongtian, and the others were transported out from the chaotic army, allowing them to leave this place of trouble. All the great powers are going crazy. For Emperor weapons have already appeared, and there might be 1 or 2 more. This many great Emperor weapons are going to clash. This has never happened in the past 100,000 years. This deity ground is going to be destroyed. The immortal transformation pool might not even exist anymore. All of the immortal treasures will be seized. Everyone was horrified. They couldn't stay here any longer. Without Emperor weapons, they could only die. The undying inheritance was fighting over it, and the immortal transformation pool and eternal dragon cave were about to be completely cut open. This way. Not far away, Ji Ziyue waved her lily-white hands and transmitted a message to Yifan and Pangbo, guiding them to escape. This was a path controlled by the Ji family. Ji Ziyue smoothly led them through and escaped the chaotic battlefield. Very quickly, they met up with Wu Zhongtian, Jiang Huiren, and Li Heishui in the outer region. They escaped together and were about to leave this bloody deity ground. Hee hee. Cold laughter rang out. 2 powerful beings walked out together and stared at them from a mountain. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Now that we don't have dragon power and the immortal transformation pool, let's see how you can borrow power. The two's eyes were sinister and murderous. Yin Yang sect, it's you guys again. Yifan was furious. The two closed in step by step. Everything was within their control. Origin techniques were useless outside, and they had nothing to fear. As powerful beings, they had boundless magic power and could definitely sweep through these people. There were pursuers behind and powerful beings blocking in front. The situation was extremely dangerous. Yifan tried to mobilize the power under Qinling Mountain, but he discovered that it was too difficult. I'll do it. Ji Ziyue grinded her shiny canine teeth. Her large eyes contained astonishing spiritual energy. She sat in the void and said, I'll borrow the power of heaven and earth. Boom! A celestial light flew over and entered her body. Then, it rushed into the top of Yifan's head and drowned him. What kind of physique is this? Everyone was shocked. He said he would borrow the power of heaven and earth, and he really did it. Yifan was instantly filled with the powerful feeling from before. Without saying anything more, he charged forward and displayed the phenomenon of the holy body. Heaven and earth rumbled and rumbled. At the same time, he borrowed Pang Bo's 9 divine weapons. He stood on the Black King's war chariot and rushed past. At this moment, he had the battle power of a powerful being. Coupled with the king's divine weapon, he could be said to be invincible among those of the same level. The phenomenon was displayed and the king's weapon was used. Such destructive power was terrifying even to outsiders, not to mention the 2 powerful beings in the middle of the battle. Yifan held a large jade halberd in his hand and cut a powerful being in half. His head split open and blood splattered everywhere. He died a violent death. Pfft. The phenomenon was displayed and destroyed everything. Together with the Black Ancient War Chariot, it crushed another powerful being into a pile of mud. He didn't even have time to make a sound. Ji Ziyue's face turned pale. Forcefully borrowing the celestial light of heaven and earth obviously had to pay a huge price. She coughed out a small mouthful of blood. Ziyue, are you okay? Yifan asked. I'm fine. She just smiled sweetly and urged everyone to hurry up and leave this dangerous place. Everyone flew all the way to escape this land of death, wanting to go far away. Suddenly, Yifan was horrified and said, This road is very wrong. What's wrong? Li Heishui asked. An instinctive feeling. This road is very bad. Yifan suddenly raised his head and looked around. There were no birds chirping or beasts roaring. Everything was very quiet. Buzz! Suddenly, rays of dark light rushed up from the mountains and rivers and gathered into a huge black vase in the sky. It floated up and down and floated there. A corner of an incomplete Great Emperor formation pattern. The huge vase in the sky looks like a devil jar. It's Great Emperor vicious formation pattern. It's them. They attacked again. Yifan's expression was cold as he looked forward. Are you talking about Li Xiaoman? No matter how heartless she is, she shouldn't be like this. Pang Bo said. It's okay. Although it is a Great Emperor formation pattern, they can't even unleash 1/10,000th of its power. It's too badly damaged. We still have a way to escape. Ji Ziyue blinked her big eyes. Still want to leave? A cold laugh could be heard. Hua Yunfei's protector appeared and stood in the formation pattern with his hands behind his back. He was incomparably indifferent. In the distance, a girl in white stood on the peak of a mountain, quietly observing everything here. Young man, do you really think you are invincible just by relying on external power? There are too many people in this world who can subdue you. On the other side, a living fossil walked over. It was the Yin-Yang sect's leader, Wang Yangzhan. Another cold snort could be heard. Grand Tutor Shao appeared and stood in the east. Footsteps could be heard from the west. The 2 major powers of Eastern Wasteland, Zifu and Wanchu, both had experts appear and blocked there. Whoosh! A golden flag fluttered in the wind. The experts of Northern Plains Gold family appeared and blocked in front. Many of Yifan's enemies had arrived and blocked him here. This was simply a dead end with no way to escape. Chapter 648. A corner of the damaged Great Emperor rune trapped Yifan's group. A group of powerful enemies glared at them with killing intent as they surrounded the young experts. No matter which side it was, they were all incomparably powerful enemies. They were in a dangerous situation and had no way to escape. Pang Bo gritted his teeth and looked at the white-clothed girl in the distance. He couldn't understand and said, "Li Xiaoman, are you really so heartless? You even want to attack your classmate?" In the distance, a cool breeze blew the grass and trees, sweeping up the petals of the wild flowers on the mountain. Li Xiaoman stood on the mountain and didn't say a word. What should we do? Li Heishui also frowned. The current situation was really not good. This group of powerful enemies was stronger than the last. There was no hope of survival when they were trapped in the Emperor Rune. Yi Fan, my younger brother died with everlasting regret. He told me in my dreams to grind your bones to dust. Today, I finally see you. Under a golden flag, a middle-aged man was very valiant. His long golden hair reached his waist. He was an expert from the Gold family of Northern Plains. Beside him was a powerful expert. Let's see how you escape from the Emperor Rune. Yin Yang sect leader's expression was cold. Brat, you will die without a burial. Wan Chu and the powerful experts of the Zifu faction also revealed their killing intent. It was fine if their saint's son died, but even their holy lords were either dead or injured in the nest of 10,000 dragons. On the other side, Hua Yunfei's protector smiled sinisterly. He used his divine eye to stare at Yi Fan's source and didn't say anything. You bunch of old bastards, do you have nothing better to do? Why do you always provoke us? Pang Bo didn't care at all and scolded. A bunch of old bastards. Yi Fan also spat out these words. Yin Yang sect leader, Shao clan's powerful expert, and the others had green veins on their foreheads. They had never been cursed like this before. They immediately urged Hua Yunfei's protector, do it. The Holy Lord level protector laughed sinisterly. He walked forward step by step, activating the incomplete runes to trap and kill a few people. Follow me, this way. We must charge out. GZUS said. Her purple clothes fluttered like a fairy. She frowned slightly and took the lead. Boom! In the sky, the huge vase shook, and a large amount of black light poured down. Thousands of strands fell down densely like a curtain of rain. Pooh! Ziyue coughed out a small mouthful of blood. She was injured. Her body flickered with sparkling immortal splendor as she retreated. If not for the secret treasure protecting her body, she would have been smashed into smithereens. We can't break through. Yi Fan pulled her behind his back, took out the myriad chi cauldron, and suspended it above his head. That's right, but we have to force our way through, said Ziyue. She had done some research on array patterns and saw the only way out. You want to live after being trapped in the Great Emperor Divine Formation. What wishful thinking. Struggle on your deathbed. I'm happy to see that. Hua Yunfei's protector sneered. Is there really no other way? Pang Bo took out the 9 divine weapons, but he did not dare to move recklessly. I have a few pieces of jade left behind by the Black Emperor. They have Great Emperor Wu Shi's killing formation carved on them. However, they are even more incomplete, not even a third of this emperor pattern. Yi Fan secretly transmitted his voice to the others. It's enough. I have already seen the only way out. We can use this to break through in one go. It's not like we have to break the entire divine formation. Ziyue was full of confidence, but her face was a little pale. Ding! The jade stone released a light sound. Yi Fan was tossed out, drawing out a few mysterious trajectories in the void. They contained the ancient Great Emperor's killing formation fragments. As soon as they appeared, there was a world-shocking scene that made ghosts and gods weep. This was Yi Fan's trump card. Originally, he would not use it unless he had no other choice. However, he was forced to use it today. Boom! In just a breath's time, the mountain ridge in front of them was overturned. The earth sunk, the sky collapsed, and the only way out was opened. A terrifying spatial passage appeared. Let's go! Yifan led the way and rushed out. Their figures flashed. Ji Ziyue, Pang Bo, Wu Zhongtian, Lu Kou, Li Heishui, and Jiang Huairen rushed out together, using the Great Emperor's killing formation fragments to escape from the danger zone. This path of life was only open for a moment. The jet-black bottle in the sky immediately sprinkled down millions of black light, completely drowning the path and destroying everything. In the distance, everyone's expression changed. They did not expect them to be able to escape. This was not a small change. This is really unexpected. Even the Great Emperor's formation fragments were broken. You really have a lot of good things on you. The Yin-Yang hierarch was a living fossil-level character. He was the first to rush over and react quickly. Yifan and Pang Bo used their monarch divine weapons to resist, but they were sent flying at the first moment. They both coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. This old antique had lived for 3,000 years, his magic power was boundless. Borrow the celestial power of heaven and earth. Ji Ziyue shouted delicately. She was like a purple-clothed fairy. Her entire body was filled with holy multicolored light. She sat cross-legged in the void and sent strands of magic power towards Yifan. At the same time, Yifan displayed his phenomenon and protected everyone. He received the boundless magic power from Ji Ziyue, and his strength increased rapidly. PFFF. Yifan waved the god-striking whip and sent one of Wan Chu's experts flying on the spot. He broke 10,000 laws with one force, shattering his magic treasure and injuring his divine sense. Brat, leave your life here today. The Zifu realm expert rushed over. A huge jet-black gourd fell from the sky like a black hole, wanting to suck Yifan in. Break for me. Yifan shouted loudly. He waved Pang Bo's 9 divine weapons and went against the sky. He punched out 9 small holes in the terrifying black gourd. Wang! Hua Yunfei's protector attacked. He used the flying celestial power right from the start. It was incomparably sharp and attacked from behind, causing Yifan and the others to spit out large mouthfuls of blood and fly far away. At the same time, the living fossil Yin-Yang sect leader arrived again. His magic power was like the ocean, and he covered the sky with his huge hand, pressing down on them. Bang! Yifan used the king chariot to attack. The black ancient chariot shook violently like thunder. Black light shot out in all directions, but it couldn't break through and almost fell down. A living fossil is much more terrifying than ordinary experts. We can't fight him head-on. At this moment, they were in a dangerous situation. They were surrounded, and the experts attacked one after another. Their methods were sharp and terrifying. Ji Ziyue was on the verge of collapse. Her face was snow-white in the void. Borrowing the celestial power of heaven and earth made her pay a huge price, and she couldn't hold on for long. This isn't a solution. Li Heishui was anxious. They couldn't break out, and they would die just like this. Yifan used all the strength in his body and started to activate his phenomenon. He hoped that he could combine all of his powers and display the ultimate phenomenon of his sacred body to give the Yin-Yang sect leader a fatal blow. Let's all transform into phenomena and become one. Suddenly, Pang Bo shouted. Back then, he was almost taken over by an old demon king. His main will was trapped in his sea of consciousness for many years, and he only managed to escape after being rescued by Yifan and the Black Emperor. However, it was a blessing in disguise, and he obtained many inheritances. This was an ancient secret technique that could merge with another person's phenomenon, and its power would increase by several times. It was extremely terrifying. Pang Bo quickly transmitted his voice and told the others about the secret technique. Then, they all started to move. Yi Fan unleashed his avatar, and a few of the strongest ancient avatars appeared one after another. When the immortal king descends to the 9 heavens appeared, Pang Bo was the first to move. He held the 9 divine weapons and became one with the immortal king, turning into an incomparably divine phenomenon. Once the lovely land phenomenon appeared, Wu Zhongtian's body became faint and turned into mountains and rivers. He became one with this phenomenon, and a powerful aura spread out. Li Heishui, Lu Ko, and Jiang Huairen also became one with the phenomenon and became the embodiment of a great Tao. They lined up beside Yi Fan. Ji Ziyue was the most special. She wanted to provide magic power for Yi Fan. She turned into that green lotus and accompanied him. Then, she became one with the golden sea of bitterness. The 7 of them became one. When Yi Fan activated his phenomenon, his power was monstrous, and he became many times stronger in an instant. He attacked with great force and wanted to kill his way out. Pfft. The Purple Mansion powerhouse was smashed away by him with the myriad chi cauldron, and he forced a bloody path out. However, at this moment, a loud shout was heard, and a golden ancient war chariot charged over. Wang Ting slashed over with the celestial arch sword and shouted, "Where do you think you're going?" His battle prowess was extremely terrifying, and ordinary powerhouses would die if they went up against him. He rushed over at the crucial moment and blocked the path. Clang, clang, the phenomenon of the immortal king descending to the 9 heavens shook, and Pang Bo merged with it. He activated the 9 divine weapons to resist, and a monstrous and terrifying wave was released. The two clashed fiercely, and endless divine light was released. The surroundings were dazzling, and there was an energy storm everywhere. Pfft. Ji Ziyue, who was beside Yi Fan, vomited a mouthful of blood. She had a heavy burden in such a battle. She needed to provide even stronger magic power, and she was continuously injured. Chi! The Yin-Yang cult master also charged over, and his hand almost blasted lovely land apart. Wu Zhongtian vomited a mouthful of blood, Yi Fan's body shook, and Ji Ziyue's face turned pale again. With a group of powerful enemies here, it was hard for him to resist them all even if he was made of iron. After all, he was only borrowing the power of heaven and earth through Ji Ziyue, and he didn't cultivate it himself. There were too many enemies, and the gold family of the northern plains attacked again. Yi Fan activated all kinds of phenomena and sent a golden-furred monster flying, but he also fell back hundreds of feet. Little Moon of the Ji family coughed up blood. Ziyue, are you alright? I'm fine, let's go. Although she said she was fine, her eyes were dim, and she was about to fall. However, she was still trying her best to borrow the power of heaven and earth. Fight! Yi Fan gritted his teeth, and his body shook. He forcefully burned his own holy power, and imprinted the 9 ancient words of the Tao scripture on his body. At the same time, he flipped the myriad energy cauldron over, and aimed it at every attacking expert. Brat, what chance do you have? Hand over your life. The Yin-Yang cult master shouted. The other experts followed and attacked together. Torrential magic power surged over, and all kinds of Yi Fan's phenomena were almost destroyed. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't be a match for so many enemies. Buzz! The myriad energy cauldron shook, and the Yin-Yang cult master stretched his hand in, wanting to grab it. His eyes flashed with excitement, and it was as if he had become 1,000 years younger. Ah! Suddenly, he screamed. His entire arm was shattered, and half of his body was broken. He screamed and retreated. At that moment, he grabbed a divine source block, but he didn't bring it out. Instead, he was heavily injured. Pfft! Yi Fan used the immortal king descending to the 9 heavens phenomenon, and it was equivalent to him and Pang Bo attacking together. A small blue hammer smashed down, and the broken half of his body was completely smashed into a bloody pulp. The yin-yang cult master flew backwards, and his hair and beard were all standing on end. He roared in anger, and it was unknown how many years it had been since he had suffered such a great loss. Boz! The 9 ancient words on Yifan's body merged with his body, and an indescribable terrifying power was produced. He shouted loudly, and the deity striking whip lashed out. Crack! The Zifu realm expert's head turned into a broken watermelon, and his corpse fell to the ground. Ji Ziyue coughed out blood, and her magic power surged like the ocean, forcefully pushing it into Yifan's body. Her body became dimmer, but she still persisted. Die! Yifan roared, and all kinds of phenomena rumbled. In that instant, there was a short moment of fusion. The 7 of them were like 7 gods, and their magic power filled the sky. Pft! Pft! One of the North Plains Gold family's experts was torn into pieces, and one of the 10,000 Beginnings experts was turned into a sieve, pierced by all kinds of divine light. It was as if a world was being created on Yifan's side, and all kinds of creation divine light rushed out, destroying everything in its way. Boom! The North Emperor rushed over, and the golden ancient chariot was sent flying. The celestial the arch sword in his hand emitted sparks, and the martial Dao heavenly eye was almost pierced through. He was also sent flying. Kill! When Yifan saw Ji Ziyue's eyes, which were filled with spirit qi, dimming and losing their luster, he became anxious and rushed forward with all his might, wanting to leave this place. All of you, go and die. He used his phenomenon, leaped up, and finally jumped out. But at this moment, the flying immortal's power surged over, and Hua Yunfei's protector attacked again. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Yifan roared, and the 9 ancient words on his body quickly imprinted into his body. He activated his combat power without a care. Boz! He brandished the deity striking whip, causing heaven and earth to collapse. With one strike, Hua Yunfei's protector's body shattered like a porcelain jar, and his body and soul were both destroyed. With me around, you can't escape. The North the Arch controlled the golden ancient chariot again, and he charged over with the celestial the Arch sword. 9 dragons pressed down, 9 divine phoenixes danced, 9 white tigers leaped into the sky, and 9 black tortoises covered the sea with radiance. Boom! The two clashed, and Yifan flipped the cauldron again. He almost took out the immemorial saint, and an indescribable prowess penetrated through. Boom! Wang Ting's expression changed drastically as though he was avoiding a snake or a scorpion. The celestial the arch sword flew out of his hand, and he flew backward. Luckily, he reacted quickly and wasn't injured. Keep it! Yifan shouted, and he wanted to keep the sword in the cauldron. With a clang, the golden ancient chariot rumbled, and an ancient the arch appeared. He grabbed the sacred sword, and it couldn't fly away. Cough! Ji Ziyue coughed lightly, and there was almost no light in her eyes. She almost collapsed, and her life was in danger. Yifan hurriedly poured the spring of life into her mouth and left without looking back. Where are you going? The North the Arch chased closely behind, his killing intent soaring. At the same time, many people rushed over from the direction of the immortal transformation pool. There were quite a number of martial experts. Yifan didn't want to delay. He used the Xing word formula and left like lightning. His eyes were cold as he glanced at Li Xiaoman on the cliff far away. He didn't say anything and just kept feeding Ji Ziyue the divine spring of life. After running for an unknown amount of miles, heaven and earth suddenly shook. A huge ancient scroll appeared in the sky, covering the entire world. An unparalleled prowess spread out and covered everything. In front, there was a beautiful woman whose beauty made the sun and moon dim. It was as though she had descended from the 9 heavens. She was Princess Yuling of the Jiuli God dynasty, the second most beautiful woman in the Middle Prefecture. In the sky, an old patriarch of the Jiuli God dynasty was summoning his Thoarch weapon, and he wanted to keep Yifan in it. The weapon of an ancient Thoarch was known as the Extreme Tao. Although it had just started to awaken, it wasn't something a human could resist. Yifan's heart trembled, and he was close to despair. The Jiuli scroll contained all things in the world, including the 3,000 great worlds. It could suppress and refine everything. Most of the people chasing behind were shaken and vomited blood. This ancient scroll was filled with an unparalleled prowess, shaking the past, present, and future. All the worlds were shaking. Buzz! With a light tremble, the green copper piece that Yifan had obtained from the immortal transformation pool appeared. At the same time, the green lotus in the sea of bitterness swayed and flew out on its own, taking root on the copper. Everyone's expression changed, and they all turned pale. Chapter 649. Green copper, mottled with rust. It was only the size of a fist, but it affected everyone's minds, making them all feel incomparably nervous. A green lotus took root on it, only producing 3 green leaves. There was a mysterious meaning to it: Tao to 1, 1 to 2, 2 to 3, 3 to all things, explaining the great Tao. Why was it like this? This was the question everyone was wondering. Green Emperor passed away, so why was there a similar scene? This was just too similar, making everyone feel apprehensive. An old and gray-haired elder stood in the void, an ancient scroll covering the sky, refining 3,000 great worlds. It suspended above his head, as if it could pierce through the past, present, and future. This was an ancient diagram that could seal the heavens. It possessed immeasurable divine might, and even the endless heavens would tremble because of it. The souls of cultivators were shaken, and many people prostrated themselves in worship. They couldn't endure this, and it was a feeling of innermost fear. A few powerful beings who chased here coughed out blood, suppressed by the awakened emperor weapon's fluctuations. Even those as powerful as them knelt down, unable to resist. This was precisely the power of an extreme Tao emperor weapon. Once it awakened, even if it only released a strand of power, it wasn't something the experts of the mortal world could resist. They could only submit. However, right now, Yifan and the others were an exception. The 9-Li diagram covered the sky, covering this great world, but it didn't suck them inside. There, the green copper piece suspended above his head. Even though it was covered in rust, looking extremely ancient, even tattered, it suddenly released specks of green multicolored light, flowing over Yifan's body. Right now, he didn't suffer too much pressure, still able to walk forward. This was simply a type of miracle. Under the pressure of an extreme Tao Emperor weapon, no one could contend against it. Those who made it their enemy would inevitably die. Unless the great ancient emperors revived, there was no power in the mortal world that could resist it. Yifan's body hadn't been destroyed, and he could still move, walking forward step by step. This was rarely seen since ancient times. Just how powerful of a physique did one need to be able to do this? It's the green copper piece. Central Continent's supreme treasure, it is operating a mortal force on its own to protect its divine body. Everyone was shocked, all of them horrified. They stared at everything with stupefied expressions. This was just too outrageous, too shocking. Since ancient times, there were too many rumors about green copper, but not many people could clearly explain it. Some said it was a fragment of an emperor weapon, some said it was a weapon of the gods. Princess Yuling's small mouth widened in shock. She stood in the void, her black hair like clouds. 9 phoenix hairpins were inserted into her hair, and divine beads hung down, flickering with sparkling immortal splendor. She was worthy of the title of the second most beautiful woman in the central prefecture. Her skin was like snow, her hair was jet black, her eyes were like water, her teeth were white, her neck was slender, and her figure was slender and graceful. She possessed a beauty that could overshadow the moon and put flowers to shame, a beauty that could cause the downfall of a city and a country. Why is this happening? The ancestral patriarch of the Ninely God dynasty frowned. He stood high in the sky and activated his imperial weapon. The divine diagram fell down, causing the ground to sink. Pooh! Yifan finally couldn't take it anymore. He coughed up a large mouthful of blood and his body swayed. This piece of green copper was only flowing with a bit of green mist after being suppressed. It hadn't recovered yet, so the power it could protect him was limited. At the same time, blood was flowing out of Ji Ziyue's mouth. Her face was pale. The divine spring she drank was dyed red and then flowed out again. She was under a terrifying suppression. The Ninely painting was said to be able to smelt everything. It contained 3,000 great worlds and was the peerless imperial weapon of the mortal world. There was nothing it couldn't kill. At this time, the mighty pressure was enough to kill countless experts. It was only because of the green copper that Yifan escaped certain death and didn't turn into ashes. How can this be? Has the green copper piece come back to life? Many people in the sky were horrified. Pooh! On the other side, some powerful cultivators who were too close didn't even have time to make a sound under the terrifying fluctuations of the imperial weapon. They were turned into human-shaped ashes. Bang! Thousands of cracks appeared on a supreme expert's body. Then, with a loud roar, he shattered under the extreme pressure. People were even more terrified. This wasn't something a human could resist. Finally, Yifan was about to leave the ground and be forcefully sucked into the Ninely painting. The green copper's blue clouds could protect him from being destroyed, but it couldn't be used by him. At this moment, anyone would feel despair. After being suppressed by the extreme imperial weapon, they would never be able to escape. There was no hope at all unless they could prove their Tao and become an emperor. Use your heart to move the green copper piece. This is the most precious treasure of the Middle Plains. It can exist for eternity and is imperishable through all tribulations. It can suppress immortals to death. Don't give up. Ji Ziyue coughed out blood and activated her magic power. She borrowed the eternal immortal light and poured it into Yifan's body. Ziyue, don't activate your magic power. Yifan was shocked. Ji family's little moon's condition was bad. She had lost all color of blood, but she was still holding on. It's fine. We can definitely escape. Even the extreme imperial weapon can't kill us, she said weakly. Between her long eyelashes, her eyes lost all luster and spirit. I can do it myself, Yifan shouted. He forcefully pulled Ji family's little moon behind him so that she wouldn't exhaust her vitality. Buzz! The painting of Ninely trembled in ripples as vast as the ocean spread out. The ground within a radius of 500 kilometers was pulverized. If it weren't for the fact that the cultivators there had retreated in fear, not a single one of them would have survived. Even so, many of them didn't even have time to make a sound before their bodies and souls were destroyed. Among them were dozens of half-step experts and 3 great experts. They couldn't even withstand a single tremble from the imperial weapon. Yifan shouted. Golden blood seeped out of his mouth. Pang Bo and the others in the other avatars were also roaring in pain. All of them were on the verge of shattering. Although the green light from the green copper piece also flowed on the other people's bodies, they didn't have a divine body after all. Thus, they suffered even more damage. Bang! Wu Zhongtian's right arm exploded. Blood, flesh, and white bones fell off from his shoulder. The other parts of his arm were also cracking. Ah! Li Heishui screamed. Half of his body was tattered and was about to melt. Just a trace of the extreme imperial aura seeped in, and it wasn't something a human could resist. PFFF. Blood splashed out. Lu Ko's forehead was covered in sweat. He was almost cut in half by the Imperial aura. If it wasn't for Yi Fan blocking the shockwave for him, he would have died. Even so, his shoulder was completely shattered. It turned into bone dregs and fell to the ground. The scene was quite horrifying. Jiang Huiran screamed. His internal organs were all pierced. Other than his head, his torso was ruined beyond recognition. He was almost killed. Pang Bo's physique was only inferior to Yi Fan's, but at this moment, he also roared out in anger. He was almost cut in half. The Holy Lord level God Lotus weapon left behind by the old monster king that wanted to possess his body turned into powder and died in his place. Even so, he was almost cut in half. His body was covered in blood. The 9 divine weapons had dimmed and were about to shatter at any time. Yi Fan was both shocked and furious. His friend was in danger, but just this shock was enough to break out of his vision. He had one foot in the gates of hell. Ji Ziyue's situation was the most dangerous. She was seriously injured and couldn't hold on any longer. Under the Imperial aura, she was hovering on the line of life and death. Yi Fan grunted and helped her block the shockwave. She coughed out a few mouthfuls of golden blood and finally escaped death. Of course, it wasn't that he was strong enough to resist the 9 dawn painting. It was because the green light overflowing from the green copper block blocked the Imperial aura that couldn't be resisted by humans. The power that rushed in was only a trace. Buzz. In the sky, the old man's expression was cold. His eyes flickered as he activated the 9 dawn painting. The world shook violently again, trying to suck Yi Fan in. "Break for me!" Yi Fan shouted. The green lotus in his sea of bitterness took root on the green copper and finally had a connection with him. It blocked the void with the green copper and shook continuously. At the same time, he gritted his teeth and used the sea of bitterness to face the Imperial weapon. He blocked in front of everyone and even rushed out of the range of the flowing green clouds. In the eyes of others, this was no different from suicide. No one in this world could use their corporeal body to block an attack from an Imperial weapon. It was purely suicidal. Little Yi. Ji family's little moon was about to lose consciousness, but he suddenly woke up and cried out. "Yi!" Pang Bo also shouted. "No, little Yi." Li Heishui and the others' expressions changed. Pfft. Yi Fan's sea of reincarnation broke and golden blood splattered. But what was shocking was that it didn't evaporate. A wisp of the Imperial weapon's aura was enough to turn him into dust. But he was only injured and didn't die. Boom! With a light tremble, another piece of green copper flew out from his sea of reincarnation. It was it that broke through this certain death situation. Yi Fan was gambling with his life. He finally forced out that piece of green copper that was submerged in his sea of reincarnation. This piece had a lot of spirituality and had interacted with him before. It had saved his life in the ancient desolate Forbidden Land and the Bronze Immortal Palace. Clang! With a violent tremble, this piece of green copper flew out. It didn't dissolve the Imperial weapon's unparalleled aura and only protected Yi Fan. Then, it collided with another piece of green copper and the sound shook the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Outside the boundless void, everyone who saw this scene was dumbfounded. Their jaws almost dropped to the ground. They couldn't believe that all of this was real. Why did another piece of green copper appear? Why does he have a second piece? It didn't dissolve the Imperial might, but it helped him block this calamity. Heavens, another piece of green copper. Is the Central Plane's supreme treasure going to reunite and reappear in the world? Yi Fan was almost crippled. His sea of bitterness was cut open and golden blood flowed all over his body. The sky was resplendent. The Imperial might just now was too terrifying. Just a wisp of fluctuation was enough to shatter everything in a radius of 1,000 miles, turning it into a desert and sinking thousands of feet. Little Yi, Leave quickly. We can't fight against an Imperial weapon of extreme path. Leave while the green copper is protecting us. Little Moon's voice was weak and intermittent. However, she was trying her best to attract the immortal light to replenish Yifan's mana so that he would have the strength to escape. Escaping is not a solution. He will keep chasing us. We have to get rid of this dangerous situation while the two pieces of green copper are protecting us. Yifan's eyes were filled with madness. Under the infusion of magic power from Ji Ziyue, his strength was comparable to that of a holy lord. His entire body was burning with golden blood energy. He raised his combat strength to the limit and went against the heavens. He's crazy. Outside the boundless void, the powerhouses were all shocked to see this scene. Since ancient times, who would dare to clash with an imperial weapon of extreme path? This was like a moth flying into a flame, a matter of certain death. Even a holy lord wielding an imperial weapon wouldn't dare to do such a thing. Because the collision of two imperial weapons would most likely cause the earth to sink, and the one who activated them would be destroyed in body and soul. But today, someone dared to go against an imperial weapon with his bare hands. This was something that had never happened since ancient times. He wanted to go against an imperial weapon head-on. Back then, Great Emperor Wuxi also received an imperial weapon with his bare hands when he was about to become an emperor. He dares to do this too. The Central Plane's supreme treasure is damaged and won't attack on its own. It won't be used by him, but he dares to do this. Everyone was stunned. In the sky, Yifan's golden blood energy was burning fiercely, illuminating most of the sky. He was like an awakened god of war, going against the heavens. Damn it! The Jiuli Divine Dynasty's white-haired elder's expression changed. This was because the two pieces of green copper truly protected Yifan. It was extremely strange that the imperial weapons didn't obliterate them. At this time, he was controlling the Jiuli painting and activating all the magic power in his body. He was almost completely exhausted, so he was horrified to face this person who was charging over like a comet without being affected at all. This was something that had never happened before. The two pieces of green copper didn't attack, but they protected Yifan just like that. They didn't let him suffer any harm as they rushed over. Extreme Dao recovery. The old man roared. Boz! The sleeping deity in the Jiuli painting seemed to have sensed something and immediately woke up. The eternal heavens trembled at the same time, and a terrifying pressure surged up to the 9 heavens. Yifan let out a long sigh. As expected, he couldn't contend against an imperial weapon of extreme path. He couldn't go forward, and a world-destroying power was awakening, wanting to suppress him. Damned green copper, it's going to sleep again. I can't use it, he said angrily. A feeling of powerlessness welled up within him. The two supreme treasures' splendor was about to dim. Boom! The world shook violently. The Jiuli painting was truly going to revive and frantically absorb the world's essence energy. Yifan and the others once again felt a destructive pressure. Oh no! Pang Bo and the others cried out. How could it be like this? However, the first one to cry out in alarm was the Jiuli Divine Dynasty's emperor-level figure. That old man was incomparably terrified. Hurry and help me, he shouted. However, a peak expert had just appeared in the distance when he turned into a bloody mist. He was immediately evaporated by the imperial weapon and couldn't approach at all. What happened? Why is the imperial weapon reviving itself? The amount of energy required is too great. I can't support it. The old man was terrified. In just a short moment, his essence energy was almost sucked dry. Ah, no, he cried out in alarm. Then, he did his best to cut off his connection with the imperial weapon, wanting it to sleep again. I'll risk it. When Yifan saw that the other party had a problem and was separated from the Imperial weapon, his eyes flickered with cold light. He was incomparably crazy. He grabbed a piece of green copper and attacked with all his divine power. Pfft. The distance wasn't very far. The old man's essence energy was almost sucked dry by the Imperial weapon. He couldn't defend at all, and his head was smashed to pieces on the spot. How could this be? Everyone was dumbfounded. This was something that had never happened before. It was simply impossible. Why was the Imperial weapon reviving itself? The person controlling the Imperial weapon had been killed. This was like a fantasy story. The army formula. Unless a saint suddenly attacked and used the legendary army formula to interfere with the Imperial weapon. The Jiuli Divine Dynasty's emperor appeared in the distant sky, his hair standing on end. However, there were only two saints in the present world. One was in the eastern wasteland, and the other was in the western desert. If the crazy old man appeared, he definitely wouldn't act like this. It didn't match his temperament, and he hadn't mastered the army formula. Could it be that the western desert's victorious fighting Buddha had come? Thinking of this, many people felt their hair stand on end. If a saint was hiding in the dark, that would be too terrifying. The Jiuli painting calmed down. The god within it fell into a deep sleep and floated down to the ground. In the endless void, it was unknown how many experts were nervously watching. They knew that something major was about to happen today. An Imperial weapon might change hands. However, even after a long time, the victorious fighting Buddha still hadn't appeared. The Jiuli painting fell to the ground, but no one picked it up. At this moment, everyone finally couldn't hold back anymore. They rushed toward the Imperial weapon, and the Jiuli Divine Dynasty's emperor personally came. Swoosh! A figure moved as fast as lightning. Yifan was on the battlefield. He had grasped the row-word formula, so naturally, he was the first to rush over. He grabbed the ancient scroll in his hand. When everyone saw this scene, they were all dumbfounded. All of you, go to hell. He shook the ancient scroll in his hand. Miserable screams rang out, and in an instant, they were turned to dust. They couldn't withstand a single attack from the Imperial weapon. Chapter 650. The Jiuli painting was a terrifying emperor weapon that could kill all experts in the world. It was the ultimate weapon in the world. At this moment, it was grasped in Yifan's hand. With a rumble, a wave that could trample over the three realms and destroy all living things rushed out like a tide. Ah, miserable screams could be heard. A group of cultivators in front of him were like scarecrows that were lit on fire. They were torn apart in an instant and turned into ashes. Under the power of an extreme god, even if you were a peerless genius, you wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow. Like a chicken or a dog, you would be smashed into pieces in an instant. Nothing would be left. Rumble. The Jiuli painting unfolded as if one world after another was moving up and down. It destroyed all living things and the world returned to its original point. The attack power was terrifying to the point of suffocation. This was a terrifying god that couldn't be resisted by humans. No one could defend against it. Those who stood in its way were all crushed into dust in the blink of an eye. Ah, many cultivators could only let out a cry of fear before their names were removed from the world forever. Among them were close to 20 half-step experts and many famous figures. All of you, die! Shouted Yifan. He was truly enraged. He was besieged and suppressed by an extreme weapon. After a narrow escape, he finally succeeded. A large golden ship cracked open, and two powerful beings fell out. Both of them died a violent death at the first moment. A golden ancient pagoda exploded, and another peerless figure fell from the sky. He turned into a pile of broken bones and mud on the spot, and then turned into ashes. With a loud bang, a Holy Lord level copper lamp exploded. Flames filled the sky and a great figure was killed. Nothing was left behind. Pft, pft, blood shot into the sky. 5 experts were killed by the Dreamy painting. They could only let out an unwilling groan or growl before their names were forever removed from the world. The Dreamy painting was unstoppable. It was like the revival of an ancient emperor. It had endless power and could destroy any opponent. Even someone as strong as a holy lord was like an ant under its power. Surnamed Shroud, do you want to leave? Yi Fan's eyes were very sharp. When he saw Grand Preceptor Shroud at the end of the horizon, he chased after him using the Xing formula and shook the Dreamy painting. Such an extreme Dao Emperor weapon was simply unimaginable to ordinary people. Possessing it was akin to controlling the life and death of this great world. It was practically omnipotent. No matter how great a hero you were, if you were enveloped by it, only death awaited you. You couldn't even be considered a bug, and you wouldn't even have the slightest ability to retaliate. No. Grand Preceptor Zhao's expression changed drastically. His entire body started to burn as he ignited his source energy. He turned into a beam of light and charged out over 100 miles. However, everything was futile. The 9-li painting covered the sky, shaking with Walala sounds. It immediately unfolded, quickly extending forward. Even an extremely powerful figure who was fleeing for his life couldn't escape the terrifying divine might's range at all. The ancient scroll covered the sky, immediately submerging heaven and earth as it swept over. Pooh! Grand Preceptor Shroud spat out a large mouthful of blood. His torso split into 7 pieces and rushed in all directions. Fresh blood dyed the sky red. Ah! He screamed in terror. Life and death were right in front of him. Everything had happened because of his grandson, Xiao Mingyuan. In the end, the entire Xiao family had been dragged into this. Stop! His heart was filled with panic and terror. If possible, he was willing to pay any price in exchange for a hope of survival. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. At this point, there was no room for turning back. The 9-li painting was like a vast ocean that instantly spread out for hundreds of miles, submerging this part of the world. Grand Preceptor Shroud directly vaporized and was completely evaporated. His spirit also dried up and disappeared forever. In another direction, the 9-li Divine Dynasty's Imperial Lord chanted an incantation and fled far away like a great rock. He didn't stop at all, temporarily abandoning the extreme Dao Emperor weapon. Yi Fan slaughtered in all directions, searching for enemies. He hated this group of people to the bone. They had caused Pang Bo, Li Heishui, and the others to be seriously injured. They had caused the Ji family's little moon to be on the verge of death. At this moment, he wanted to kill everyone. Wang Ting, get out here. Finally, Yi Fan found traces of Wang Ting. Hundreds of miles away, he carried the 9-li painting and chased after him. The ancient scroll was like the sky, vast and boundless as it spread out to the horizon. Boom! The golden ancient war chariot flipped over. Wang Ting was like a rolling gourd in the void. The unparalleled extreme Dao divine might was something that even someone as strong as him couldn't withstand. However, it was good that he was far enough away. Hundreds of miles away, he wasn't really affected by the terrifying ripples and was only slightly affected. Even so, he was severely injured and coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. His body was almost destroyed, and his whole body was stained with blood. Boom! The 9-li painting spread out like a torrential flood, boundless and boundless. Yi Fan fought in all directions, and no one was able to stop him. The North Arch was severely injured, but he didn't dare to stop at all. Otherwise, those experts would learn from their mistakes and die without a burial ground. Bang! Just a trace of the Emperor weapon's aura from the outermost ripples was enough to flip his golden ancient war chariot over 3 kilometers away. It then crashed heavily into his body. Pfff. He coughed out large mouthfuls of blood, and his entire body was cracking. His bones were cracking like beans being fried, almost breaking inch by inch. Boom! One had to admit that the ancient Thearka's weapon was too terrifying. It had boundless divine might, and the ninely painting was still moving. It spread out in all directions and covered the heaven and earth. At the crucial moment, an ancient Thearka's image appeared on the golden ancient war chariot. It suddenly opened its eyes and helped to block the flood that was sweeping over. However, this ancient Thearch was also shattered and destroyed. Wang Ting's hair was disheveled as he fled for his life. This was the most miserable time he had ever been in. When had he ever been so severely injured? Even the Saint Lords were apprehensive when they saw him. Wang Ting, go and die. Yi Fan roared as he locked onto Wang Ting. However, he couldn't catch up in a short period of time. Activating the arch weapon consumed too much energy. Even with his powerful physique, the essence energy in his body was about to dry up. Bang! Wang Ting was once again sent flying by the golden ancient war chariot. Dozens of his bones were broken, but his eyes were cold as he chanted the ancient incantation. Boom! The void opened up, and a golden cave appeared. It looked like it led to the supreme heaven realm. The golden ancient war chariot carried him in and was about to disappear. Whoosh! The ninely painting was activated, and Yi Fan used all his strength to attack. He wanted to make the North Arch stay because he was an extremely terrifying enemy. He was the ruler of the world, and no one would be able to stop him in the future. Pop! The golden cave in the void was shattered. One could clearly see the North Thearka's body contorting and changing shape. His body was stained with blood, and his white bones were visible. However, the golden cave eventually disappeared. No one knew if he was dead or alive. There was no trace of him. No matter if he was dead or alive, the North Arch was beaten up like this. Yi Fan finally vented his anger. Of course, if he could kill him, he would feel even better. At this moment, Yi Fan really couldn't hold on anymore. He was able to display such prowess and Ji Ziyue's previous efforts. She gave him boundless magic power that was comparable to a Saint Lord. Right now, Ji Clan's little moon was already half unconscious and on the verge of death. She couldn't transfer any more magic power. Even so, Yi Fan was still very terrifying with the extreme Dao Emperor weapon. He poured the divine spring of life for Ji Ziyue and the others. He was also drinking big mouthfuls just to activate the Emperor weapon. This is really fate. All of you, go to hell for me. Yi Fan swept through the enemies and met Wan Chu and a dozen supreme elders from the Zifu clan. They immediately rushed over. Whoosh! Once the ninely painting was activated, these people's faces turned ashen. They ran for their lives. Divine flames burned on their bodies, and they wanted to burn their origin completely. Ah, miserable cries rose and fell. Under the weapon of the ancient arch, even invincible monarchs had to die, let alone them. Even though they were important figures of the sacred ground, they were like stray dogs at this moment. They were in a state of panic. Screams of terror could be heard. These people were like fallen leaves, falling down and shattering in the sky. All of them died a violent death. At the end of the endless void, many experts saw this scene and felt a chill from head to toe. How could they resist this? The saint body went berserk. The endless Qinling mountains trembled. Who knew how many people would die? Yi Fan was completely crazy. Along the way, countless experts fell from the sky. The sky turned blood red. No one in the central region had a complete corpse. Corpses fell from the sky in the distance. It's you guys. In front, a golden flag fluttered in the wind. A group of people was fleeing. They were the supreme elders of the Gold family, one of their young masters, and a supreme existence. Yi Fan, if you start a massacre like this, there will be no place for you in the world. One of them shouted. He was clearly trying to be tough. Where is the justice of the heavens if I don't kill you guys? Yi Fan rushed over like a gust of wind and shouted, today, even if deities come, I will kill them all. Who cares if they flood the sky? If my friends die, I will overturn the entire central continent. Boom! He shook the Jiuli painting, and this great world almost collapsed. The experts of the Gold family all cried out in fear. Then, like dumplings falling into a pot, they fell down with a pitter-patter. Corpses fell from the sky one after another, including one of their young masters, a supreme existence, and many supreme elders. They all died a violent death. Yi Fan shook again, and these corpses all shattered. Next, the mountain peak below was completely flattened and leveled to the ground. In the distance, there were even more mountains collapsing. Messy trees were uprooted from the ground and broken leaves fell. This was a scene of the apocalypse. And this was only because Yi Fan's magic power was insufficient and he couldn't maintain it. Otherwise, it would be unimaginable. Who was it that interfered with the imperial weapon and let me take it? Yi Fan was exhausted after killing so many people. He slowly calmed down. Unless it was a saint who interfered with the imperial weapon of the ancient emperors with the 9 secrets of Taoism, no one else could do anything. Could it be that the Western Desert's victorious fighting Buddha has really come? He felt that it couldn't be that crazy old man. At this point, Yi Fan could barely hold on. He used the imperial weapon's power to carve out a bloody path and quickly rushed out of the Qinling Mountains. And during this process, the Jiuli painting was still trembling, absorbing his endless essence energy. His magic power flowed out like water, and he felt extremely weak. Not good. Yi Fan cursed inwardly. He was about to fall from the sky. Imperial weapon, return. In the distant horizon, the Jiuli dynasty's royal lord and some supreme existences were sitting cross-legged, shouting and chanting an ancient incantation. At the same time, the Holy Lord of all beginnings, the Purple Mansion Holy Lord, the Alcade Holy Lord, the Golden Family Lord of the Northern Plains, the Southern Mountains Demon Lord, the Western Desert Divine Monk, and other supreme existences appeared. They followed unhurriedly. Moreover, there were fluctuations of imperial weapons. Someone was coming with an imperial weapon. Suddenly, a supreme divine might came from the other side. It approached quickly, and a roar rang out. Who dares to hurt my sister? Ji Haoyue's hair was disheveled, and an ancient mirror hovered above his head. Behind him, the Ji family's holy lord and 2 other supreme existences were channeling their magic power. Chapter 651. Using Godly King Source Energy to activate the Extreme Tao Emperor Armament, Void Mirror, this was a terrifying might. The Divine King Physique had an extremely special talent. With the help of the Ji clan's Holy Lord and the others, it was all revealed. The Void Mirror seemed to have come to life. This was a type of true unmatched might that approached from far away. All those who stood in its way were swept away, as if a star domain was evolving. The entire heavens and 10,000 worlds trembled. All of the Holy Lord level figures were horrified, quickly withdrawing. Big brother. Beside Yi Fan, Ji Ziyue sensed something. She opened her eyes and looked into the distance, weakly calling out to him. Boom! In the distance, another extreme Tao Emperor weapon roared, releasing an aura that could collapse the 3 realms and 6 paths. It was powerful, domineering, and boundlessly terrifying, shocking all the cultivators. Holy Lord of all beginnings, Holy Lord of Alcade, Demon Lord of the South Mountains, Divine Monk of the Western Desert, and other supreme characters all retreated and rushed into the sky. The Emperor weapons were about to clash. This was a world-shaking event. Even ancient saints would fall if caught in the middle. Who is it? Ji Haoyue shouted. He was anxious to save his sister. His long eyebrows were standing on end, and his eyes were like sharp swords as he stared into the distance. However, this emperor weapon didn't attack. It only stood in confrontation at the end of the boundless horizon. It didn't actually appear and attack. Boom! On the other side, the jewelry painting above Yi Fan's head fluctuated violently. The deity inside seemed to have come to life, trembling on its own. It was like the birth of the universe, the creation of heaven and earth. Chaotic energy filled the air. Buzz! The void collapsed, and a terrifying aura spread out. Primal energy flowed, shocking everyone into retreating. It was as if they were facing a true great emperor. At this moment, the jewelry painting flickered with extremely shocking light. It could refine the 3,000 great worlds and shake the heavens. At this moment, it was coming to life. Yi Fan's heart trembled. The Jiuli Divine Dynasty's emperor weapon was out of control. If not for the 2 pieces of green bronze beside him, he might have been turned to ashes. Emperor weapon, return. Loud shouts came from the distant horizon. At the same time, there was a kind of ancient sacrificial voice. It was vast and mighty, unhurried and intimidating. Damn it! Yi Fan was alarmed. He grabbed the emperor weapon tightly and didn't let go. In a flash, he struck towards another part of the sky where the emperor weapon was confronting Ji Haoyue. Crazy! At the limits of the endless void, all those who saw this scene were horrified. If the 2 emperor weapons truly clashed, then it would be a catastrophic result. Millions of Qinling mountains would cave in, destroyed in an instant. Extreme Dao Emperor weapons were rarely used in a confrontation, normally used to intimidate others. If they truly clashed, then that would be an unimaginable disaster. Corpses would flow for millions of li, blood flowing like rivers. It would be a terrifying great chaos. Ji Haoyue's eyes flickered. His hair was disheveled and his eyes were as sharp as a knife. He strode forward and actually cooperated with Yi Fan's attack. 2 emperor weapons came out at the same time, suppressing one at the same time. This was a divine might that made people tremble. All the sacred masters couldn't help but be terrified, and they all kept quiet out of fear. This part of the world was about to collapse. A formless pressure swept out. The sun, moon, and stars seemed to be suppressed. Everything trembled under the emperor's might. Boom! In the distance, the unknown emperor weapon finally retreated. It couldn't really collide with the 2 emperor weapons, especially when it was facing someone like Yi Fan who was bloodshot, as well as the divine monarch physique with high battle intent. You guys dare to injure my younger sister? Ji Haoyue roared. The blue sea behind him surged into the sky. A bright moon slowly rose and merged with the ancient mirror. A strand of extreme Dao Emperor's might shot out. In front of him, a group of cultivators cried out miserably. All of them were turned into bloody light and turned into dust, disappearing from this world. There were experts from various sects among them, but Ji Haoyue didn't care at all. Just like Yi Fan, he killed all of them. And you guys? He roared in another direction with a terrifying gaze. You dare to injure my younger sister? Do you think there's no one left in the Ji clan? The people on the other side didn't have a small background. They were a group of experts from the central prefecture's Enyang sect. They had escaped a calamity before, and now, they encountered Ji Haoyue's group. At this moment, Yi Fan was already exhausted and couldn't use the emperor weapon. However, Ji Haoyue was like a ferocious tiger at his peak. With the support of a supreme existence behind him, his bravery was boundless. Buzz! The void mirror shook and shot out a blazing divine light. This group of experts from the central prefecture's Enyang sect, including the 2 supreme existences, all cried out in fear. No! However, it was already too late. The terror of the void mirror surpassed their imaginations. The divine light shot out and everyone turned into wisps of smoke. Not even ashes were left behind. This was a very serious consequence. The Yin-Yang sect was, after all, one of the few supreme sects in the central prefecture. Ji Haoyue actually killed a group of people just like that. This was a declaration of war. If the top power started a war, it would be a very serious matter. Blood would flow like rivers and many people would die. The Ji clan's people are too confident. They even dare to offend a supreme sect like this after coming to the central prefecture. People were shocked to find that the Ji clan's holy lord was standing behind Ji Haoyue. Without a doubt, this was a tacit agreement and didn't stop him at all. A holy land with an ancient great emperor's weapon is indeed very domineering. They don't care about these things at all. This is a declaration to the world not to anger the Ji clan. Otherwise, their anger can burn all strong enemies. That Ji Ziyue's status is probably not below Ji Haoyue's. Otherwise, the Ji clan's people wouldn't be so angry and nervous. What kind of physique does she have? Everyone had this kind of speculation and association. They had already seen that the Ji clan's little moon could borrow the power of heaven and earth. This was simply a kind of miracle. At this moment, there were even more thoughts. Boom! The Jiuli painting's aura was terrifying. Even Yi Fan almost couldn't bear it. He already knew that he definitely wouldn't be able to keep this emperor weapon, but he didn't expect it to come so quickly. It was about to fly away now. Every emperor weapon was alive. Back then, when the many great sects attacked the Purple Mountain where great Emperor Wuxia passed away, there was a holy lord who said that even if an extreme Dao weapon sunk in, there was a way to restrain it. Moreover, just 2 years ago, even Duande had been robbed of half of the sky-devouring demon jar. In the end, he had used an ancient spell to forcibly take it back. There was no way to keep it. The immortal divine dynasty had controlled the Jiuli painting for more than 100,000 years, maybe even 200,000 years. Naturally, it had already been branded with an irremovable mark. They had a heaven-defying method to summon it back. In addition, the god contained in the painting was refined by the Jiuli divine dynasty's ancestor when he became an emperor. He had long set his sights on this divine dynasty. If an outsider forcibly held it, there would be a great disaster in the future. Unless they used a supreme secret art to suppress it with another extreme Dao emperor weapon and completely subdue it, the wielder would definitely die or be sealed forever. No, I can't let it fly away now. Yi Fan felt that he had to wait until he was in a safe place before letting go. Otherwise, he might be hunted down with an emperor weapon. On the other side, when Ji Haoyue saw the weak Ji Ziyue, he became even more enraged. He shouted, "Do you really think there's no one left in the Ji clan? How dare you injure my sister like this?" He used the power of the ancient void mirror to attack forward. The emperor weapon shook, and the power spread for thousands of miles. The people of the Jiuli divine dynasty were all frightened and quickly retreated. Boom! A blazing light flickered, and at least 100 people turned into a mist of blood. Among them, there was no lack of experts from the 100 sects and the Jiuli divine dynasty. Everyone's hair stood on end. It was useless to hide at the end of the void. They couldn't stay here anymore. The Ji clan actually dared to act like this. Separated by thousands of miles, more than 100 experts had died a violent death. This was a terrifying disaster. It seems that the Ji clan's little moon is the lifeblood of their race. This has touched their nerves. Damn it, are they crazy? They attacked without caring about the price like the Saint Fiziki fan. They're simply sweeping up the aftermath for him and harvesting another life. Many people were scared, but there were also those with discerning eyes who could see the depths of the situation. Ji Haoyue and the Saint Lord didn't chase after the various sect masters. Instead, they were just sending some kind of signal. But this was enough. It was truly shocking. Freeze! Yifan gripped the Jioli painting and roared with all his might. All kinds of strange phenomena appeared as he operated the army formula, wanting to forcefully control this imperial weapon. At the same time, he took out 2 pieces of green copper, one in front and one behind, to block the Jioli painting. A misty blue mist flowed out, cutting off the summons from the outside world. Otherwise, even if he had grasped the 9 secrets of Taoism, he wouldn't be able to control this imperial weapon. The army formula wasn't omnipotent. It still depended on one's cultivation. After all, he wasn't an ancient saint. He didn't have that kind of omnipotent divine power, so he couldn't truly seize the imperial weapon. But the radiance from the green copper cut off the summons from the outside world. Everything was different now. Oh no! At the end of the horizon, the Jioli Divine Dynasty's emperor who was sitting cross-legged in the void suddenly stood up. The other imperial elders also opened their eyes, looking incomparably shocked. Build the sacrificial altar and awaken the deity within the imperial weapon, ordered the emperor of the Jioli Divine Dynasty. A black sacrificial altar made of dragon crystals appeared. There were blood-red patterns on it, and it emitted a strange fluctuation. Everyone stood on it and chanted an ancient mantra in unison. Boom! In the distance, Yifan couldn't control it anymore. The Jioli painting awakened, and as if piercing through the ancient worlds, it suddenly soared into the sky. If not for the 2 pieces of green copper beside him, he, Pang Bo, and the others would have died a violent death. Not even their bones would be left. The imperial weapon had flown away on its own. The consequences were very serious. Almost in a breath's time, a huge pressure covered the sky and earth, like an endless river of stars falling down, suffocating everyone. The Jioli painting and the other hidden imperial weapon came together to confront the void mirror. The situation had been reversed. At this moment, the Ji family's sacred lord finally spoke. He said in a deep voice, "My Ji family has never been afraid of trouble. Do you really think you can suppress us with just 2 imperial weapons? A battle between extreme Dao Emperor weapons. If it was a life and death struggle, the entire central prefecture's western region would collapse." Everyone was fearful and fearful. "Sacred Lord Ji, why do you have to do this? Your little girl was just dragged in by accident. You can just take her away." But Yifan can't leave. He killed too many people. He needs an explanation, someone said telepathically. That's right. He has the ultimate treasure of the middle ground on him. He can't take it away. We won't be greedy. Invite everyone here and we'll decide together, someone else said. With so many people watching, no one could take the 2 pieces of green copper for themselves. However, they could openly keep them and slowly decide who they should belong to. In short, they wouldn't belong to Yifan anymore. They couldn't be controlled by him anymore. Before long, many sect leaders of the middle ground arrived. The demon lord of the South Mountains, the divine monk of the West Desert, and the sacred lord of the Eastern Wilderness had also arrived. Most of them didn't say a word. In the end, the Purple Mansion Sacred Lord and the Sacred Lord of All Beginnings spoke up one after another. Yifan killed the innocent. Even death cannot wipe out his crimes. He should be executed. There's no need to let him live. They expressed their opinions one after another. As sect leaders of immortal legacies, their words carried great weight. Yifan's murderous heart is too strong. If he stays, the world will be stained with blood in the future. Someone from the Jioli God dynasty also spoke up. Humph. Suddenly, a cold snort sounded. Another type of extreme Dao pressure descended, boundless and endless, spreading out in all directions. Many mountain ranges immediately turned into ashes. Do you really think you can command the world with 2 imperial weapons? The Red Dragon Taoist and the Peacock King arrived. They held the chaotic green lotus in their hands and pressed down. More than the imperial weapons? In the distance, another terrifying pressure descended. It was especially frightening. As soon as it appeared, a murderous and domineering aura rushed out. The heavens and the earth, the 9 heavens and the 10 earths, everything bowed down beneath its feet. It was as if an ancient great emperor had been revived. All the worlds trembled. The blind old man arrived. Duanda followed beside him. Their imperial weapons merged into one, forming a heaven-devouring demon jar. It was especially terrifying. This was something that had never happened before. The gathering of 5 imperial weapons was shocking. If they really fought, the western region of the Middle Ground would most likely sink and disappear forever. Chapter 652. The weapons of the ancient great emperors were confronting each other. There were a total of 5 weapons. This was something that had never happened before. If they all came back to life and collided, the result would be unimaginable. The central plains would sink in and even disappear forever. This was definitely not an alarmist talk. It was very likely to happen. Do you really think that you can command the world just because you have 2 emperor weapons? The blind old man rolled his eyes, no longer looking outwards. They were bright and full of expression as he sneered. Now, 3 emperor weapons against 2 emperor weapons. They had the absolute advantage. There was nothing to be afraid of. Do you really want to go to war? There has never been a battle between 5 emperor weapons since the Desolate Era. If it really happens, there will be a few holes in the sky. The Emperor of the Ninely God Dynasty spoke. This is your fault. Can you blame others? The Peacock King said coldly. His appearance was elegant and otherworldly, but he had a domineering aura. The green copper is the supreme treasure of my central plains. Outsiders can't take it away. It's useless even if you have 3 emperor weapons. Don't think that the central plains only has 2. The person in the dark spoke. His tone was unyielding. Boom. The blind old man activated the ancient heaven-devouring devil jar. A strand of the power of an extreme Tao weapon erupted. It was like a million volcanoes erupting, pressing forward with incomparable unyieldingness. You said you want to keep the person and the green copper peace, but you still want to threaten us. His voice became louder and louder. In the end, it was like the rumbling of thunder from the 9 heavens. You don't even need to think about the person. If you want the green copper piece, find it yourself. You want to rob it now. Dream on. The Crimson Dragon Daoist's words were resounding. Both sides were furious and unyielding. They didn't have any intention of backing down. The 5 emperor weapons had come back to life. This kind of aura made this land seem like hell. A few terrifying fluctuations rippled out like a tsunami. Those without emperor weapons were like duckweed in the raging sea, their hearts pounding. G family's holy lord, what do you have to say? The people of the Ninely God Dynasty asked. Someone wants to kill my clan's outstanding disciple. We can't let this matter go, the G family's holy lord said calmly. I think you have killed enough people, right? The person in the dark spoke coldly, carrying a terrifying fluctuation. It's not enough. Old Blind continued, glancing at Yifan a few times and seeing the heavily injured Li Heishui and the others. He said, do you want to kill us all? Do you think we, the 13 great bandits of the north, are useless? They want to kill all of our descendants. The more he spoke, the colder his voice became, completely different from his usual self. In the end, it was as if he was roaring, this isn't over. You dare to kill the successor of the Azure the Arch, the Peacock King shouted as well. The demonic the arch weapon in his hand emitted a jade green light that soared into the sky, and the primal chaos mist pervaded the air. "Then are we really going to fight?" the person in the dark said unyieldingly, not backing down at all. "Why would I be scared of you all? At worst, I'll just sink Central Continent." The Crimson Dragon old Daoist walked up, his voice rumbling like a golden bell, resounding and powerful, his words terrifying. "Destroy the Central Plains." There wasn't a single person in the distance who wasn't horrified. The ultimate revival of Emperor weapons could definitely accomplish this, even stars in outer space could be hacked down. Now, the situation was out of control, already seriously breaking away from everyone's grasp. Now, none of the great powers relaxed, all of them unyielding. This was going to bring down a great disaster. Don't you all think about the future? If a great battle breaks out, what kind of consequences will there be? An expert from Central Continent side transmitted sound. What can happen in the future? Today, we will decide life and death, a confrontation between extreme Dao weapons. If you don't agree, then fight until the heavens collapse and earth rend, life and death up to fate. The Peacock King said. Hong. It was unknown who took action first, but the divine might of the ancient great emperors revived, covering heaven and earth, vast and mighty for thousands of li, submerging the Qinling mountains. Every inch of space trembled. Hong. Several emperor weapons revived, piercing through the heavens like great pings soaring 90,000 li. The divine might of the ancient great emperors reappeared, as if they pierced through the past, present, and future. 2 emperor weapons against 3 emperor weapons, defeat is inevitable. In the distance, everyone was alarmed, continuously retreating. They couldn't stay in this place for long. Perhaps a 6th emperor weapon will appear. Someone guessed. Hong. Sure enough, everyone's speculations came true. A great dragon swept over, the dragon sword unmatched, crushing all ages. It appeared on the battlefield, its offensive energy peerless. The Thai Imperial sword appeared. After all, they came from the Central Continent, and after receiving a request for help, they took action at the crucial moment to resist the 3 emperor weapons from the eastern wastelands. Both sides' strength was now on the same line. 6 emperor weapons appeared at the same time, and they were all reviving. This shocked the present world, the past, and the future. This was a world-shaking event with incomparably far-reaching effects. When the 6 emperor weapons appeared together, all types of great emperor auras surged, as if 6 great emperors were reviving. Terrifying energy fluctuations suppressed the Qinling Mountains, sweeping towards the Central Continent. Dong! In the end, the heavens were blasted apart, and a terrifying hole appeared, piercing into outer space. None of them were great emperors, nor were they holy spirits, so they couldn't completely release the divine might of the emperor weapons. However, despite this being the case, it still exceeded everyone's imagination. 6 streaks of light rose together, entering outer space. At this moment, it was unknown just how many people in the Central Continent's great lands were overwhelmed with shock. They all gazed towards the western region. This type of aura shocked all of the peak characters. Even if one was far away, as long as one's strength was great enough, they would definitely be able to sense the aura of the ancient great emperors. Divine might surged, as if an ancient emperor was reviving. In the eastern wasteland, a tall figure with disheveled hair stood at the peak, gazing into the distance. He didn't say anything for a long time. In the western desert, within an ancient temple, a sacred ape wearing a kasaya pushed open the dilapidated door of the temple that had been sealed for 1,000 years. He walked towards the edge of the cliff, lost in thought as he gazed towards the Central Continent. Within the 5 great regions, the immortal inheritances, holy lands, divine dynasties, ancient temples, and divine halls were all shaken. The strongest experts of the ancient races suddenly woke up, and their divine senses gazed towards the Central Continent. At this moment, the world was shaken. The strongest experts were all shocked, and there wasn't a single person who wasn't horrified as they gazed towards the central continent's Qinling Mountains. The aura of the ancient great emperors. If the 6 emperor weapons really collide, it will be comparable to a great dark upheaval. Who knows how many lives will suffer, and the central continent will be torn apart. Are we really going to fight? We will all become sinners for all eternity. Someone from the Jiuli divine dynasty spoke. All of this was caused by you all. Peacock King said. Their forcefulness was only for the sake of forcing their opponents to submit, but if they really fought, they would all hesitate. No one could endure this kind of disaster. It was because it was rumored that in the ancient times, if they really wanted to fight with emperor weapons, they would normally choose to fight in outer space. Otherwise, the great earth would be destroyed. However, they were all saints from the ancient era. Only people with their cultivation could leave this world and head to the outer realms. There were many barren lands that had been flattened by emperor weapons, and it was easy for a vast region to be wiped out. Unless it was absolutely necessary, they wouldn't fight a great battle without any regard for the consequences. Dong! Terrifying fluctuations spread out. The 6 emperor weapons resisted each other, but in the end, they didn't dare to strike down. At this critical juncture, there wasn't a single person who didn't feel restraining fear. Kill the sacred body, leave behind the green copper piece, and we will pretend that nothing has happened. The hidden person spoke. There is no need to make such a big fuss. Just kill Yi Fan, and everything else can be discussed. Holy Lord of all beginnings spoke. He didn't have an emperor weapon, but he was still the lord of a holy land. His words carried great weight. That's not right. Why do we have to kill the sacred body? A powerful figure from the Jiang clan said. The Wind clan lord also objected. The demon lord of the South Mountains, the divine monk of the West Desert, the giants of the Northern Plains, and the other holy lords of the Eastern Wasteland were also standing at the end of the void, watching everything from an endless distance. They all had great backgrounds. At this point, Yi Fan wasn't afraid at all. In front of everyone, he poured divine spring water for Li Heishui and the others to heal their injuries. Walk out, don't look back. Suddenly, a voice rang out. It was hard to tell if it was male or female. Yi Fan's heart jumped. He wanted to walk out, the 2 pieces of green copper hanging above his head, flowing with green light and smoke. You still want to leave? The Purple Mansion Holy Lord's cold voice came from afar. Holy Lord of the Ji clan, bring your little girl back. Otherwise, we might accidentally injure her, the Jiuli God Dynasty Lord said coldly. Blind old man, Red Dragon Taoist, bring your juniors away as well. Otherwise, there will be a misunderstanding, the hidden person also said coldly. Clang! Suddenly, the Tai sovereign sword pierced through the sky, and the Jiuli painting trembled violently. Another sovereign sword also broke through the void. Who is it? Everyone was terrified by the 3 immortal legacies. Someone was interfering with the sovereign weapons. This was too frightening. To be able to do this, it had to be a saint. Moreover, it was likely that this person had mastered the army formula and could control all the weapons in the world. This was a great threat to them. Which senior is here? The 3 factions were all scared. They weren't worried that the extreme Dao weapons would be taken away, because they could still summon them back. In fact, if they were careful, even an ancient saint wouldn't have a chance. However, the situation was too delicate. The other 3 sovereign weapons were threatening them. If another ancient saint jumped out, they would definitely meet a tragic end. Buzz! The extreme Dao weapons moved. The Jiuli painting, the Tai sovereign sword, and the others all leaped up. Although they were on guard and the other party couldn't take them away, it was still very unstable. Swoosh! Yi Fan rushed out like a beam of light. The people of the 3 divine dynasties watched helplessly. They didn't dare to use their extreme Dao weapons and let him escape into the distance. Cough. Yi Fan heard a cough that was extremely familiar. There was a voice that sounded by his ears, saying, "I'm old, struggling at death's door until now is already a miracle. After taking action twice, I don't have any strength left." Yi Fan's heart was pounding. There really was a saint here in the Qinling Mountains, but his body was in trouble. It seemed like he didn't have much time left. "Let's go." That voice came again. Could it be him? Yi Fan used the row formula and turned into a bolt of lightning that shot into the distance. His speed was shocking, like a ray of light. "Little Yi, are we out?" Ji Ziyue opened her eyes weakly and asked. At the end of the endless void, the others didn't know that a saint had intervened. They were all shocked, not knowing why he had suddenly rushed out. "You still want to leave now?" The divine leader of all beginnings flew over, a group of people behind him. Apart from that, the Purple Mansion sacred leader also appeared with a group of grand elders and surrounded them. What is the meaning of this? The experts of the Jiang family and the leader of the Wind tribe stepped forward to face the two people from the great sage's side. Boom! Ji Ziyue activated her dermic powers and injected them into Yi Fan. She saw the danger. "Ziyue, there's no need to do this. At most, I'll send everyone on their way." Yi Fan's eyes were cold. He flipped the myriad qi cauldron over. Cough. "I'm fine." Ji Ziyue's face was snow-white. Almost instantly, Yi Fan's body was filled with dermic powers. His eyes flashed, and he attacked. Pfft. Bloody light flashed. Yi Fan rushed past, crushing a group of people in an instant. A divine source block fell from the cauldron, filled with killing intent. "Ah!" the divine leader of all beginnings screamed. Half his body was in tatters, and he fled as if he had seen a ghost. Pfft. The Purple Mansion sacred leader also wanted to snatch the cauldron, but he also didn't expect something to fall from it. His chest was almost torn into pieces, and he flew for his life. Whoosh! Yi Fan used the cauldron to put away the divine source block that sealed the primordial sage. He leaped over, waved the 9 divine weapons, and killed more than a dozen grand elders beside him. What is that? The Purple Mansion sacred leader paled, but he realized that Yi Fan was charging over with the row technique. The divine leader of all beginnings came to help. The two powerful experts attacked together, but they were too seriously injured and had lost half of their cultivation. Pfft. Pfft. Yi Fan tore off one of their arms and fled into the distance. He disappeared without looking back. The surrounding experts didn't even have time to react. He was too fast. Chapter 653. This was a snowy maple forest. The ancient trees were connected together, lush and fragrant. Pure white snowy maple flowers floated down one after another, sparkling and translucent. The fragrance assailed the nostrils, like ice flowers dancing in the air. In front of the snowy maple forest was a cemetery. Tombstones after tombstones were engraved with the marks of time, exuding a sense of vicissitudes and heaviness. A gust of autumn wind blew, swaying the ancient trees. Flower petals danced in the air and rustled down. Everywhere was snowy white, bringing with it a sense of desolation and coldness, as if the heavens were shedding tears. Yi Fan walked in the cemetery, step by step. His eyes swept across a few tombstones, but he didn't say a word. The autumn wind blew his black hair, covering his eyes. He stopped in front of a few tombstones. There were familiar names carved on the tombstones. Flower petals fell on the tombstones, adding a sense of coldness to the air. There were 6 tombstones, no more, no less. 6 names were carved on them: Tang Bo, Wu Zhongtian, Lu Ko, Jiang Huairen, Li Heishui, and the last one was the grave of Ji Clan's little moon. Yifan only stopped for a short while before leaving. He passed through the cemetery and came to a bamboo forest. There were a few thatched cottages here, which was his current residence. 2 months had passed since the Qinling War. He lived in a remote corner, away from the outside world, and cultivated in silence. There was no noise from the mortal world, no disturbance from the secular world. It was peaceful and remote. Unfortunately, it lacked vitality. He could not see the faces of his old friends, nor could he hear their laughter. Only the falling flowers and the silence accompanied him. Yifan stood in the bamboo forest, listening to the rustling of leaves and watching the falling flowers gradually wither. He was like a passerby, his eyes as calm as water, untainted by the mortal world. This was a kind of transcendent temperament. Yifan lived like this every day. He walked in the mountains, appeared by the mountain springs, and comprehended the nature in silence. The northern birds flew south and gradually disappeared, giving people the feeling that they didn't know where was home and where was home. Another group of northern birds flew south, old friends, he had not deliberately cultivated for the past 2 months, but he had improved very quickly. Perhaps it was time to prepare for the heavenly tribulation. Without you by my side, cultivating alone seems to be lacking something. Yifan sighed softly. Time passed quickly, and another month passed. Yifan never left this place. He sat quietly in the thatched hut, guarding the opposite cliff. Boom! After an entire 3 months, an enormous sound finally rang out. A cliff split apart, and a majestic figure flew out. 9 streaks of divine light pierced through the heavens. The 9 divine weapons weaved about and surged, cutting through heaven and earth. They were like 9 divine phoenixes dancing about, causing the entire mountain region to tremble. The mountains were all trembling. Yi Zi, I'm out. Pang Bo shouted loudly. He had thick eyebrows and big eyes, and was a head or 2 taller than ordinary people. He was strong and robust, and was extremely tall and sturdy. Yifan laughed heartily and welcomed him. Have you recovered from your injuries? There's no problem. I've been reborn and am far better than before. Pang Bo opened his mouth and inhaled. The 9 divine weapons turned into 9 rays of light and entered his mouth. His thick black hair danced in the air as he landed on the ground. Pang! On the other side, 4 ancient caves collapsed one after another. Rubble flew into the air, piercing through the clouds and flattening a large area of the bamboo forest. Smoke and dust rose in all directions. Wu Zhongtian, Li Heishui, Lu Kou, and Jiang Huairen came out one after another and flew out. All of them were brimming with energy. Their injured bodies had completely recovered, and there was a type of metamorphosis. The 6th cave dwelling shook slightly, and then beams of immortal light shot out. With a ping sound, it exploded. Giant rocks flew in all directions, and a purple-clothed girl rushed out. Her black hair danced in the wind, and her purple clothes fluttered. Her figure was slender, and she was like a fairy. Her long eyelashes trembled, and her eyes were filled with spiritual energy. The heavily injured Ji Ziyue also came out. After 3 months of recuperation, her injuries were all gone. She was intelligent and ethereal, and her beautiful eyes were full of mischievous and quick-witted. I've come out. It's so boring. Normally, I hate cultivating in seclusion the most. The 6 of them came out at the same time, full of energy. Compared to 3 months ago, they had improved in every aspect. Their magic power had increased, and their consciousness was condensed. I've set up tombstones for all of you. Go and worship yourselves. Yifan smiled. You really have a bad taste. Ji Ziyue wrinkled her nose and said. Her skin was as white as ivory, shining with light. Her hair fluttered, and her eyes were like black gems. It's one thing to burn a broken body to ashes, but what tombstone? Little Yi, you really don't know how to do it. Li Heishui also muttered. 3 months ago, the extreme path weapon had awakened in that battle. Even Yi Fan's body had almost split open, not to mention the few of them. At that time, half of their bodies had been turned into meat paste, or a part of their bodies had been shattered. It was a narrow escape from death. Especially Ji Ziyue, her injuries were the heaviest. She kept borrowing the power of the large world, and paid a huge price. She had almost overdrafted her source, and injuries had appeared on her body. She had almost died. Their broken bodies were all buried in a cemetery by Yi Fan, which was why there were 6 tombstones. At their level of cultivation, broken arms and broken bodies could naturally grow back. It was impossible for them to be disabled. When they reached the 4 extreme secret realm, they had the ability to regenerate. Of course, the prerequisite was that their heads and consciousness had not been destroyed. Otherwise, even immortals would be useless. They could only die. They had all been injured by the extreme path weapon, which was equivalent to the great Tao being severed. It was difficult for them to survive. If they did not have special methods, they would definitely die. However, all of this was nothing to Yi Fan. He had the divine fruit from the forbidden land of antiquity. He had prepared it for divine King Jiang, but he had not been able to use it. Now that he had used the fruit to heal them, there was naturally no need to worry about their lives. Moreover, they had all been reborn and obtained great opportunities. You've all come out of seclusion. It's time for me to find a place to go through the tribulation, Yi Fan said. So much pressure. Looks like I should go eat coffin planks, Pang Bo mumbled. He had been reborn again, and it was time for him to break through. How's the outside world? Li Heishui asked. It's probably calmed down after the ruckus. Yi Fan was very calm. He already knew about this. Why don't we go out and take a look first? Yeah, we've been away from the world for 3 months. We don't even know what's going on outside. 2 days later, the group left the mountains and arrived at an ancient city in the west of the Central Plains. They heard a lot of news as soon as they entered the city. 3 whole months had passed, and the storm from that battle had not subsided yet. It was still a topic of discussion. Cultivators were talking about it in restaurants, and many other places. The battle between the extreme path weapons. These words appeared the most frequently and affected everyone's nerves. Everyone revealed a look of awe when they talked about it. A total of 6 extreme Tao Emperor armaments. They can destroy the stars in the outer realms, overturn the central plains, and cause a great region to sink. So many Emperor weapons, yet they weren't able to stop the divine physique Yi Fan. He took away the green copper piece. The battle that day could be said to have dyed the skies red. Who knows how many half-step experts died, and even some Holy Lord level figures fell one after another. The Battle of Qinling Mountains was too bitter. Many great figures died. This was a tremendous storm that shook the 5 great regions. Even now, people's expressions would change when they talked about it. It was a world-shocking battle. So many Emperor weapons were mobilized. This was something rarely seen since ancient times. Even the great sect's trump cards almost all came out to hurry to the Central Plains west. Rumor has it that many great figures died. Many great sects' eyes are red. Sigh, is there even a need to say this? Who didn't kill until their eyes were red? Too many people died, corpses falling in large amounts. Even more people didn't have their corpses left, evaporated by the extreme path weapons. Yi Fan and the others shivered inwardly. After they left, for the sake of fighting over the immortal transformation pool and illusory divine marrow in the eternal dragon cave, many great sects fought again. There were countless casualties. In the end, the immortal transformation pool disappeared. The eternal dragon cave sunk into the great earth. That was an ancestral root that could move. It wouldn't stay in one place for too long. Too bitter, corpses piled up like mountains. The sect masters of a region and the most powerful figures were all killed. This was a great battle that many people found hard to forget. No one knew just how many people died, but all of the great powers that participated felt incomparably pained. They lost many experts. It could be said that this was a disaster rarely seen in tens of thousands of years. The sect masters of all sides were either injured or killed. It was truly a rare sight. Speaking of which, the divine physique really is formidable. 6 extreme path emperor weapons were used, yet they weren't able to stop him, instead allowing him to kill so many people, shocking the world. Now, who doesn't know that a divine physique with limitless potential has spread through all sects because of this battle? Even living fossils feel restraining fear. Everyone is predicting that once this child matures and reaches the divine lord level, there won't be many people in the world who can control him. He will be able to look down on the world. It was hard for Yi Fan not to become famous after the Battle of Qinling. He had seized the Jiuli Divine Dynasty's extreme path emperor weapon and almost taken it for himself. He had slaughtered everyone. Those who had personally experienced this battle still felt a chill when they thought about it. With a shake of the Jiuli painting, many experts were destroyed in the sky. Not even their bones were left behind. He beat the Yin-Yang sect master until only half of his body remained. He even tore off the Purple Mansion Divine Master's arms. Yi Fan's battle accomplishments shocked many people. He had reached the 8-limit realm and even obtained the Yuan Taoist Master's inheritance. Once he matured, he would definitely be able to look down on the world. The monster from the eastern wastelands is indeed astonishing. People could only sigh like this. He had taken the head of a powerful expert in a chaotic battle and killed many powerful enemies. This battle had made Yi Fan famous. After this battle, the blind old man and the Crimson Dragon Taoist announced that if anyone dared to touch their disciples, they would wipe out all their descendants with emperor weapons. It could be said that they were very domineering. Wu Zhongtian, Pang Bo, and the others had disappeared for 3 months. This made many great powers uneasy. They were really afraid that these 2 living fossils would come with emperor weapons and start a massacre. If you all swagger out like this and return to the unique scholar manor, there won't be any problems. Many people will even heave a sigh of relief. Yi Fan smiled. I have no choice but to return to the unique scholar manor, said Ji Ziyue. The Ji clan knew of her whereabouts and had been secretly guarding her for the past 3 months. Now, someone had sent her a voice transmission, asking her to return. There is a huge secret in the unique scholar manor. My clan's ancestors said that it can lead to an ancient star in outer space. There is an unparalleled opportunity there. This is the main reason why all the undying inheritances send their outstanding disciples there. Ji Ziyue revealed this secret. The people behind you have already spoken ruthlessly. I don't need to worry about you all. Yi Fan smiled. He needed to find a place to undergo tribulation and needed to leave temporarily. Soon, I will go to the unique scholar manor to drink with you all. Yi Fan waved his hand and walked into the distance. Now, everyone thought that Yi Fan would definitely hide for a long time and wouldn't dare to appear. Otherwise, just the 2 pieces of green copper would make the great powers of the Central Plains go crazy. However, no one expected that while the outside world was still in an uproar, a shocking piece of news came. Yi Fan was undergoing tribulation. The location he chose was in front of the Yin-Yang sect. He was extremely arrogant and blocked the entrance of the sect, attracting the tribulation for half a day. In the end, apart from the pure land at the center of the Yin-Yang sect, everything outside was flattened. It became a scorched land without a single blade of grass growing. If it wasn't for the sect's heaven-deceiving formation, that place would definitely have been razed to the ground and nothing would be left. When this news came out, the Central Plains was shaken. Everyone was shocked. The Saint Physique was too powerful. He dared to run to the mountain gate of a supreme sect to undergo tribulation and destroy everything. He was simply too daring. The Yin-Yang sect really has 8 lifetimes of bad luck. They were blocked in the divine land that took them hundreds of thousands of years to build. How sullen. You guys don't know. That kind of tribulation is too terrifying. If it wasn't for the 4 great emperor formation patterns circulating in this world and being able to deceive the heavens, the Yin-Yang sect would have probably been flattened. The Saint Physique is forcefully declaring war. He's telling those who have evil intentions against him that he can do anything if he's forced into a corner. Not long after the battle at the Qinling Mountains, such a thing happened. The various sect leaders were all alarmed. Many people were speechless. The rise of the Saint Physique was most probably unstoppable. In the past, a grand completion Saint Physique could contend against ancient emperors. Now, a person who could break the curse appeared in this world. If he matured, he would most probably be able to recreate the glory of the ancient era. How long has it been? He's already at the 9th transformation and is about to step into the immortal foundation realm. When people learned of this situation, they were even more shocked. Many people were restless. Yifan's growth speed was too fast. This is a true demon-level genius. His origin arts are unparalleled, his combat prowess is powerful, and he's advancing by leaps and bounds. In the future, how many people would be able to stop him? Why isn't Wang Ting making a move yet? Would the undying inheritance strangle the Saint Physique in the cradle? Many people were paying attention and waiting quietly. Yifan underwent his tribulation outside the Yin-Yang sect. He felt extremely refreshed. After turning the outer region into scorched earth, he decisively fled, not daring to delay. This was because the Yin-Yang sect had a saint weapon that was passed down through generations. In the past, it was in the hands of an ancient saint. Everyone in the Yin-Yang sect was so angry that their lungs were about to explode. This time, they had lost all face. Since the founding of the sect, there had never been anyone who dared to block the entrance of the sect and act so arrogantly. In an ancient town, Yifan sat in a small tavern and drank by himself. A faint smile could be seen on his face as he quietly listened to the discussions of others. Arrogant, too arrogant. I heard that the people of the Yin-Yang sect are about to go crazy. They are searching for the Saint Physique all over the world. Oh, the North Emperor said that as long as Yifan appears, he will definitely kill him. Previously, Wang Ting suffered a great loss because of the Saint Physique in the Qinling Mountains. He was almost killed by the 9 Dawn painting. The Saint Physique really dares to do anything. Chapter 654. Mount Qinling was located in the western part of central continent. It was vast and boundless, with a circumference of no less than 1,000,000 li. There were mountain ridges and ancient veins everywhere. Under the night moon, the earth was silvery white. Ancient trees and mountain peaks were covered in a thin layer of mist. Moonlight lingered about, and from time to time, old corpses could be seen swallowing moonlight essence. From time to time, ancient chariots could be seen rushing out of the mountains, rumbling under the moonlight. Some were the chariots of emperors, while others were the mounts of some supreme existences. Unfortunately, all of these were ancient corpses. They were buried here when they were alive, and now, they had grown up and moved at night. It was strange and mysterious. Under the cold moonlight, Yifan walked alone in Mount Qinling. He took one last look at the mountains and rivers, avoiding 7 or 8 ancient corpses comparable to holy lords. The sickly old man left after all. Did he get what he wanted? The Qin sect was still there, but some people were missing. The sickly old man, Princess Moon's spirit, the delicate and pretty scholar, Hua Yunfei, and Li Xiaoman were all gone. During the Battle of Mount Qinling, an unparalleled existence comparable to the ancient saints took action. At the last moment, Yi Fan even sensed the fluctuations of his divine sense. It was somewhat familiar. Is it really the sickly old man? What is his identity? To be able to seize an extreme Tao Emperor weapon, this is simply shocking. In the present world, there was one living saint in the eastern wasteland, the old madman. There was also one on Mount Meru in the western desert, the victorious fighting Buddha. Their magical power was boundless. A strand of hair that fell could kill a half-step supreme existence, and a drop of blood from their body could kill a holy lord. These were unimaginable existences, unrivaled in the present world. No one could compare to them. Even the undying inheritances with extreme Tao Emperor weapons didn't dare to provoke them. Is he really that person? Yi Fan recalled the words the sickly old man had told him. Back then, when they traveled together in Mount Qinling, they had talked about many things from 8,000 to 9,000 years ago. A heavenly genius of the past, an unrivaled existence. He actually survived until now. Then his true age should be over 9,000 years old. How terrifying! Yi Fan wanted to meet the sickly old man and give him an undying fruit, but he couldn't. This sickly old man had already left. His lifespan is coming to an end. If he passes away like this, it would be too much of a pity. He wouldn't be able to deliver an immortal medicine. The Qin sect was still the same, and its main peak was only 1,000 meters or so tall. It was extremely ordinary and didn't stand out. However, there were peerless experts overseeing it, and there was no lack of kings who had been cleansed by the god-cleansing art. This was an unfathomable place. Yi Fan had obtained the army character formula, so there was no need for him to stay any longer. This time, he had come back to take a look and would leave for good. I shall begin a new journey, cultivating from here on out. I shall hang the sails of the clouds to aid the vast ocean, reaching immortal foundation. Yi Fan left Central Continent's western region, heading east. He didn't go into isolation. He had just broken through to a brand new cultivation realm, so he needed to temper himself and consolidate his strength. Seclusion was admittedly important, but tempering one's heart in the mortal world was also indispensable. Now that they had reached such a realm, everything needed to be comprehended. Sometimes, sitting in the mountains for 100 years might not necessarily be as fruitful as walking through the boundless secular world. Yi Fan was like an ascetic cultivator, heading east, experiencing the various forms of life and cultivating in the mortal world. Everywhere he passed by, he would observe the terrain of the mountains and rivers. After half a year, he finally stabilized his cultivation in the Dragon Transformation 9th Transformation. He advanced on foot, passing through many regions, and saw the flourishing and powerful sects of the Central Continent. Many people in Central Continent were searching for Yi Fan. Leaving aside the myriad Qi cauldron, just the 2 pieces of green copper were enough to make people restless. Sadly, no one was able to find them. Yi Fan, get the hell out here. My big brother can kill 100 of you with a single hand. After more than half a year of peace, an arrogant voice resounded through the heavens. Wang Chong was still alive and had shouted these words. The younger brother of the North deity didn't die. After recuperating for half a year, he recovered and became even more arrogant than before. He shouted in Central Continent that he wanted to kill the Saint Physique and grind his bones to dust. In the Battle of Qinling, Yi Fan became famous in Central Continent. With the Jiuli painting, he defeated all the experts and even seriously injured Wang Ting. Wang Ting's bones were broken, and he escaped on the golden ancient chariot. However, in this battle, the North deity also shocked the world. Because the strength he showed was cultivated by himself, and he didn't rely on the Emperor weapon to fight with the Divine Lord. A young man in his 20s had shown such earth-shattering strength at this age. His future was limitless. The legend of the reincarnation of the ancient emperor was even more popular. In the past, many people believed that in a few years, he would break through the realm again, surpass the Divine Lord, and become an invincible king. In the Battle of Qinling, although Yi Fan was in the limelight and injured the North deity, it didn't affect Wang Ting's reputation at all. In the face of an extreme emperor weapon, everyone had to retreat. In the bitter battle that day, who knew how many almighty beings had died? It was already a miracle that he had been able to escape unscathed. Yi Fan, come out. My big brother can crush you with one finger. Wang Chong shouted. The North deity definitely had the strength to look down on the world and fight against all enemies. Wang Chong was so domineering because he wanted to provoke Yi Fan to come out and kill him. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to find him. In these half a year, everything about Wang Ting was gradually revealed. He came from a super ancient family in the northern plains, which was equivalent to the immortal dynasty in central continent and the clan of the ancients in eastern wilderness. When he was not even 2 years old, he was carried by an immortal crane and disappeared into the clouds. He often disappeared for a month or two, and every time he disappeared, he would be reborn. The first time, his clansmen were very worried. Then, the immortal crane picked him up and only stopped when he was 12 years old. During this time, he received the inheritance of the ancient chaos the Arch. At 5, he danced with the flood dragon in the deep pool. At 7, he entered the northern region ancient god lake alone and obtained the golden ancient chariot. At 9, he entered the ancient emperor mountain and obtained the ancient chaos divine talisman and a celestial emperor sacred sword. At 12, he fell into the divine phoenix cave and obtained the immortal divine phoenix blood. All of this seemed like a dream, but it really happened to Wang Ting. It was not inferior to the legendary experiences of the ancient Arch. When people heard all of this, they were all dumbfounded. All of this was unimaginable. It was impossible to obtain unless one was blessed by the heavens and earth. He was definitely a leading role in the history of the human race. If he doesn't become an emperor, he will be letting down his experiences. Even if there is a huge change, at the very least, he will be in existence comparable to an ancient saint. This was the thought in everyone's mind. Wang Ting's experiences left people speechless. He was definitely a child of heaven, blessed by the heavens. In these half a year, many super forces wanted to form a marriage alliance with the Wang clan of the northern plains. 3 of the top 10 beauties of the central continent had families that had contact with the North deity. The genius of a generation, Divine Diviner, had once divined that if there were no accidents, the North deity might really become a real Arch in the future, and not just a title. Yi Fan, are you afraid of death? My big brother only used one finger to fight you. Do you dare to come out? In these past half a month, Wang Chong had become more and more arrogant. Yi Fan's mind was calm, and he continued his journey east, quietly comprehending in this mortal world like an ascetic monk, barefoot and dressed in hemp clothes. The willpower of the mind is so powerful. To cast aside honor and disgrace and cultivate the mind alone, disregarding everything in the outside world, to think that there is such power. This was his sigh. Yi Fan was already a cultivator of the 9th transformation of the dragon transformation, and his spine was about to form a dragon. He raised his head and gazed at the immortal platform. The so-called immortal platform was the head, and the heart was at the center of the forehead. This was the source of the final secret realm. My spiritual sense has never been weak. Cultivating in this secret realm will be of great help. The central continent was vast and boundless. Although Yi Fan had been walking east for more than half a year, he was still in the western region, far from the central region. Normally speaking, he would need to fly for several years to leave the western region. In the end, he began to travel through the void to the central region, where the immortal vein of the unique scholar manor was located. Yi Fan was no stranger to this place. He had stayed here for a very long time, and after seeing an ancient city, he became even more familiar with it. West Dam City had existed for a very long time. It was one of the 10 ancient cities of the central continent, and it was more than 5,000 li from the unique scholar manor. The city was majestic, grand, and imposing. The walls seemed to be cast from black iron, like a great black steel wall. The layout of the city was grand and flourishing. There were all kinds of people here, and there was an endless stream of carriages and horses. Back then, Yi Fan had bought the dragon marrow here, and he had also killed Jin Chi Shao of the Golden Clan of the Northern Plains outside the city, stirring up a storm. West Dam City, I've returned. The geniuses of the unique Scholar Manor often came to this ancient city, where they could bid for all kinds of precious weapons or purchase the rare Dao Comprehension dragon marrow for astronomical prices. The ancient city was still flourishing and grand. As Yi Fan walked along the streets, he soon heard Wang Chang's clamor. Of course, it was from the discussions of others. The Saint Physique is just a so-so. He's nothing compared to my big brother. If he dares to appear, I'll trample him to death. Everyone was discussing. Recently, Wang Chang's tone had become more and more unyielding, criticizing Yi Fan to the point where he had no good points. He was just short of stepping on Yi Fan's face and cursing him. This little evildoer is going too far. He's shouting like this. He's too high profile. He's very young, but his heart is very vicious. He's determined to disturb the Saint Physique's mind and make him unable to calm down. Many people have seen it. If the Saint Physique matures, he will become a great enemy of the North Emperor's path. Wang Chong is worried for his big brother. He's so young, and he's already sweeping the path for his big brother. Yi Fan had nothing to be angry about. He had experienced too many things, and he didn't care about these insults. He smiled faintly. However, he didn't plan to ignore it. When he had to attack, he would. Wang Chong has come to West Dam City. When he heard this news, he smiled and felt that it was time to intimidate them. No one had expected that Yi Fan would suddenly come to West Dam City. He didn't hide his tracks and entered the city with his real body. His roar echoed throughout the city. Wang Teng, come out and accept your death. This roar caused the entire ancient city to shake. Many figures appeared on the black city walls, and many people flew into the sky. The Saint Physique has appeared again. He really dares to come. This time, he's here to kill the North Emperor. He dares to be so brazen. Can he kill him? Yi Fan stood outside the city, dressed in battle clothes. Golden divine light shot into the sky from his body, and his blood energy was like a dragon piercing through the heavens. Even from a distance, one could feel the pressure. Wang Teng, come out and accept your death. He stood there like a god of war. His thick black hair danced in the wind, and his eyes were clear and sharp. He faced West Dam City, one of the 10 great ancient cities of the Central Plains. Surname Yi, you really dare to appear. Wang Chong flew out of the city and stood in the sky, his eyes full of hatred. Last time, he had almost been killed by Yi Fan. Call your brother out. Don't hide. I'll send you to the immortal domain to reunite with your ancestor, Yi Fan calmly said. Whoosh! Wang Chong landed, followed by a row of old men. Among them were 2 ancient life forms, their scales flashing with a golden luster. They looked savage and fierce. Many people in West Dam City had been alarmed. They stood in the air and watched. There were many disciples of the extraordinary warrior residents, princesses of the divine dynasty, and direct descendants of great sections. Where is your brother? Tell him to come out and fight, Yi Fan said. Humph, you think you can fight with my brother? I've already prepared an inescapable net for you. You can't escape even if you grow wings. Wang Chong sneered. Wang Teng, where the hell did you go? Yi Fan was very blunt. My big brother has already gone to the eastern wastelands and has no time to deal with you. I'll just kill you here. Wang Chong sinisterly extended a finger. Today, I'll crush you to death. Wang Teng was going to the eastern wastelands. He might be going to the nest of 10,000 dragons, or he might be going to Mount Indigo, where Emperor Wuxia had passed away. He might even be going to another ancient land to meet the kings and princesses of some ancient race. This was the shocking news that Yi Fan had bought from the 100 Days Gate, the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets, and the Red Dust Pavilion. These three ancient sects were ranked among the 100 schools of the Central Plains, and their origins could be traced back to before the primordial era. They were the most well-informed, and each word they sold was worth 1,000 taels of gold. At the same time, there was also news that Wang Ting was going to the eastern wastelands to propose marriage to one of the ancient clans. Chapter 655. Wang Chong was brimming with confidence, as though he had already eaten Yi Fan whole. Although he wasn't big, he was extremely arrogant. He pointed a finger at Yi Fan, his gaze sinister as he spoke. Today, even if I lend you 9 lives, it won't be enough to slaughter me. Behind him, there was a row of old men, all of them looking hale and hearty. All of them were supreme elders at the first level of Immortal Foundation or above. You are just a little brat, why are you not suckling your mother at home? Why are you running out to cause trouble? Yi Fan teased. You can be happy for now. In a while, I will make sure you won't even be able to cry even if you want to. Wang Chong was only 11 or 12 years old, yet he had his hands clasped behind his back as a sinister smile appeared on his face. Sure, I will stand here. Come over and beat Uncle up. Yi Fan remained unmoved. He stood in front of the ancient city and stared at these people. At this moment, many figures soared into the air, paying close attention to what was happening outside the city. All of them were shocked. Yi Fan dared to do this, it was out of everyone's expectations. Since he didn't flee, I will grant you your wish. Elders, kill him. Wang Chong coldly waved his hands. That cruel gaze of his didn't seem to belong to a child at all. Behind him, 8 first-level Immortal Foundation experts stepped out. In addition, there were 2 other supreme ancient immortal realms walking over step by step, their countenances extremely malevolent. In the current world, only the North Emperor would have such an imposing manner, subduing these supreme ancient immortal realms as slaves to protect his younger brother. Have the 2 of you forgotten about the sacred prince? Are you guys addicted to being Wang Ting's slaves? Yi Fan mercilessly berated. The sacred prince has an esteemed status, but he has no right to interfere in the matters of our race. Master has gone to meet with the king of our race, the others have no right to interfere. The 3-meter-tall creature covered in golden scales spoke. Yi Fan's heart stirred. The news he received was indeed true. Did Wang Ting go to the eastern desolate barren to enter the nest of myriad dragons? Or to the Violet Mountain where immortal Emperor Wuxia passed away? What was the North Arch trying to do? Was he trying to befriend the primordial royal race? If there was a conflict in the future, it would most likely involve the terrifying ancient kings. This was not a good thing. For the sake of the sacred prince, I'll give you a way out. All of you, scram as soon as possible. Otherwise, none of you will live. Yi Fan reprimanded. You're just a human in the dragon transformation 9th transformation. Do you really think you're the sacred prince? I can kill you with a single slap, said an ancient creature, revealing a mouthful of sharp, snow-white teeth. If it was your royal family that came, it would be understandable. But a lowly person like you dares to speak rudely. Yi Fan said calmly. It's said that the physical body of a sage physique is unparalleled. However, in the immemorial era, I've never heard of such a thing. On the other hand, it has eaten many human experts. The ancient creature took large strides forward, revealing his snow-white teeth. The taste of the golden divine blood should be very sweet. I heard that once it's achieved a small success, it would be considered a spiritual medicine. Let me have a taste. This was a very powerful ancient creature. One of his feet had already entered the Divine Lord realm. He was a half-step almighty being and could almost fight against almighty beings. This was because the bodies of the primordial races were exceptionally strong, far surpassing that of the human race. They were almost indestructible. This was a precious body bestowed by the heavens, especially for their race. Buzz! He stretched out a huge golden claw and slammed it down. It was as big as a wheel, and astral winds blew, causing people's faces to hurt. Sand and stones were sent flying. Yifan smiled coldly. This ancient creature really dared to compete with him in terms of physical strength. He didn't believe in the sage physique of the human race and wanted to kill him with a slap. Sage physique of the human race, kneel. This ancient creature was too confident. He thought that apart from the battle's sacred apes, their race's physical body was the strongest. Slap! Yifan stepped forward, and his right hand slammed out like a huge golden millstone. The two hands collided, and a deafening sound rang out. Then, the sound of bones cracking rang out. The ancient creature's right hand spasmed and almost twisted. The sound of bones cracking rang out continuously, and the stubble of bones was exposed. Broken bones flew everywhere, and blood dripped everywhere. Bang! Yifan followed up and slapped out again. This ancient creature's soul almost left his body, and he was almost terrified. He said with a trembling voice, "How can the human's physical body be so strong?" Pfft! This time, it was even more thorough. Yifan's palm pressed down, slapping off one of its arms. Half of its body was ruined, and it was like a watermelon that had fallen to the ground. It was bright red and ruined. This ancient creature screamed miserably and flew out like a rotten wooden block. With a plop, it fell thousands of feet away, and half of its body was destroyed. Even the bodies of supreme sacred lords aren't as strong as my race. How can his body be so strong? It's no weaker than that of the battle's sacred apes. This ancient creature groaned, and he used the lesson of blood to face the terror of the human race's sage physique. Humph. On the side, Wang Chong held his hands behind his back and sneered. So what if you have the strength to pick up mountains? You can't stop the monstrous magic power of supreme experts. At this time, the 8 Grand Elders had already closed in. Another silver primordial creature also flew over with a pair of wings as bright as heavenly blades. These few people aren't enough. Yifan shook his head. Young man surnamed Yi, you were too arrogant. Now, you can't even leave if you want to. A clanging sound came from behind. A muscular middle-aged man with eyes as sharp as knives walked over, cutting off his path of retreat. This was a supreme expert, and there were 5 people at his side, all half-step supreme experts. They could be said to be extremely powerful, enough to kill a cultivator of Yifan's level. Uncle! Wang Chong called out. This person was the uncle of Wang Teng and his brother. He was an extremely famous supreme expert of the Northern Plains, comparable to the sacred lords. He was an expert of a generation and had great authority in the Wang clan. There was also an expert among the 8 Grand Elders. With so many people surrounding Yifan, with 2 top experts holding the line, it could be said that even if he grew wings, he wouldn't be able to escape. Young man surnamed Yi, hurry up and kneel. When the time comes, I'll torture you a little less. Otherwise, you won't even be able to die. Wang Chong clenched his teeth, his resentment soaring to the heavens, and his eyes vicious. He hated Yifan to the bone. He had almost killed him twice. 2 supreme beings, more than 10 supreme elders, you guys really do think highly of me. Yifan was extremely calm, not showing any fear at all. Young man surnamed Yi, don't be so stubborn. In a while, I'll trample on your face so that you have no face to speak of. Let's see how you'll continue to be brave then. Wang Chong said darkly. Little brat, you're dreaming again. I let you escape the first 2 times, but I won't do it the 3rd time. Today, I'll send you on your way. Yi Fan said with a smile. Young man, it's not good to be too arrogant. You've injured Chong'er twice, and there's nothing more to say today. Will you kill yourself, or will you wait for me to kill you? Wang Ting's uncle, Wang Qingfeng, said in a deep voice. Actually, this is what I wanted to say to you. Will you kill yourself, or will you wait for me to send you off one by one? Yi Fan was very calm. Everyone was shocked. They did not know why he was so confident. Facing two supreme experts and 10 grand elders, he actually did not run and was fearless. Something was very wrong. I don't believe it. How can someone at the 9th transformation of Dragon Transformation compete with us? Today, we must kill him. A half-step supreme expert stepped forward and was about to attack. Be careful, or else you might immediately turn into ashes, Yi Fan said unhurriedly. Everyone stopped in their tracks. Even the heroes watching from afar were indescribably shocked. They did not know what else he had up his sleeve. Yi, don't try to be deliberately mystifying. No matter what, I won't let you leave alive today. Wang Chong called out, Uncle, make your move. Cut off half of his life and leave me to take care of him. Wang Qingfeng nodded and did not press forward. His hands moved, carving the laws of heaven and earth, preparing to suppress Yi Fan. At this moment, sand and stones flew, the wind blew, and the clouds surged. The world lost color. Devils descended from the sky one after another, throwing themselves at Yi Fan. This was the power of interweaving natural laws, drowning out this place. Yi Fan lightly shouted. His hands were also moving, producing one seal after another, constantly imprinting them into the void. Countless patterns appeared, mysterious and mystical. Yi, aren't you going to get over here and die? No matter what you do, you can't change the result, Wang Chong shouted. Young man, if you don't kill yourself, don't blame me for refining your soul in a bit. Wang Qingfeng coldly said, and then his hands shook. Boundless magic power descended. Yi Fan coldly snorted. His hands pressed down, and countless characters appeared, covering him and concealing him. At the same time, there was a flash of light in the air, and a divine source block the size of a human head appeared. It was densely covered with millions of inscriptions, and it flowed with a world-destroying aura. A foot-long divine phoenix flew out. The divine source formation that Ouyang Yi had carved was formed from a total of 4 divine source blocks. That day, he had used up one of them, and its power was extraordinary, able to destroy everything within 100 li. Yi, you're truly ruthless. Wang Chong paled. How about it? Is it enough to send all of you on your way? Yi Fan smiled. Young man, you're still inexperienced. We've been on guard for a long time. Today, not even a god can stop me from killing you. You reckless thing. Wang Qingfeng's face darkened, his killing intent surging. Whoosh! With a shake of his hand, an ancient scroll flew out and froze in the air. The divine source block that was densely covered with origin heavenly patterns immediately quieted down, and the foot-long divine phoenix entered the inscriptions, no longer appearing. In this world, origin techniques are not invincible. There have long been martial sages who carved the source forbidden divine diagram, and those origin characters are completely useless. Wang Qingfeng sneered coldly. Is that so? It seems that you've made ample preparations, Yi Fan said. My big brother has already predicted all of this. You've received the legacy of the Yuan Taoist master, so we have to be on guard. Wang Chong sneered again and scolded, Yi, if you kneel down, I'll torture you a little less. Otherwise, you'll wish you were dead. There's no need for that. I'm about to make a cauldron of precious pills, and the divine body is the best material. Not a single inch of flesh can be wasted. Wang Qingfeng smiled faintly. Clang, 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 with a flick of Yi Fan's finger, ancient characters appeared in the air one after another. They danced as if they had souls, and all of them turned into imprints. The divine source block was instantly revived, and a divine phoenix rushed out. What? How could this be? The people of the Wang clan paled in shock. You've underestimated the Yuan Taoist master too much. You can only seal a part of the void. You can target the people of other origin technique families, but the successor of the Yuan Taoist master is not included. He can change the world, and you want to seal me with just a diagram. Yi Fan sneered. Retreat. Wang Qingfeng grabbed his nephew and was the first to fly back, wanting to escape this terrifying place. However, it was all too late. Yi Fan activated the divine source block, and millions of inscriptions appeared. A terrifying divine might suddenly exploded. In an instant, the world was filled with light, and even the sun in the sky was drowned. It was as if countless stars were falling and crashing into the ground. Ah! Miserable screams rang out. The people of the Wang clan were all submerged, and not a single person escaped. Within West Dam City, everyone felt a chill from their bones. This kind of power was too terrifying, and it was impossible to resist. Even a divine lord would be turned into a sieve by the divine light. Tao patterns appeared on the ancient city walls, turning into multicolored light that blocked the invasion of this tyrannical power. Otherwise, they would suffer a catastrophic impact. In that instant, the power was like a vast ocean, refining all living beings. The dozen or so grand elders turned into light on the spot, their bodies and souls destroyed. When everything disappeared, only the two powerhouses and Wang Chong were left. Their bodies were tattered, and they seemed like they were about to fall apart. The two powerhouses had relied on their own strength to survive, while Wang Chong had relied on all kinds of secret treasures to block. He had destroyed all his divine items to survive. Wang Qingfeng continuously vomited blood. Everything had been under his control, but at the last moment, he had been so badly injured. The other powerhouse staggered. He wanted to fly into the sky and escape, but with a bang, Yi Fan's palm slapped down, and he was smashed into meat paste. You still want to escape after using up all your magic power? A cold smile hung on Yi Fan's lips as he walked forward. On the ground, silver scales flickered. An ancient entity had not died, and it was struggling to crawl out of the dust. PFFF. Yi Fan's finger jabbed out, piercing through its forehead. Then, a golden palm came down, leaving only a puddle of blood. Don't come over. Wang Chong's hair stood on end. This change was so sudden that he was filled with despair. Didn't you want to stomp me to death? Come over. Yi Fan beckoned him over. Yi Fan. Wang Ting's uncle clenched his teeth and staggered to his feet. Then, he roared and ignited his life energy to forcefully increase his power. Bang! Yi Fan used his avatar's divine ability, instantly growing larger. He raised a golden foot and stomped down. PFFF. Wang Qingfeng vomited blood as he was stomped into the ground. He could not move, and all his bones were broken. You want to use me to refine medicine? Today, I'll refine you first. Yi Fan stomped down with his foot, crushing Wang Ting's uncle into the ground like he was crushing a bug. All his magic power was destroyed. My nephew Wang Ting will come to kill you. Wang Qingfeng was flustered and exasperated, coughing up blood. I'll wait for him. Yi Fan stomped down, and the expert was torn to pieces. He finally died a violent death. Uncle! Wang Chong cried out in alarm. He quickly retreated and leaped into the air. Yi Fan's body shrank, returning to his normal size. He descended from the sky and stomped Wang Qingfeng into the ground. You're already so vicious at your age. You've provoked me time and time again. Even the heavens won't forgive you if I don't kill you. Yi Fan kicked out, sending Wang Chong flying. Don't kill me! Wang Chong screamed. His whole body was trembling, and he knelt on the ground and kowtowed. Your brother is known as the North Arch, but you're kneeling here. How can he endure this? You've lost all his face. I'd better send you on your way. Yi Fan pointed with his finger, and a flower of blood bloomed between Wang Chong's eyebrows. He screamed and fell to the ground. This time, nothing unforeseen happened. The various life-saving Dharma treasures that the North Arch had given him had all been destroyed by the intense light earlier. They had all been destroyed. Wang Ting's brother was killed. The North Thearch's uncle was killed by Yi Fan. The news spread as if it had wings and flew in all directions. It shook the central prefecture and alarmed many powerful forces. This time, the North Arch and the Divine Physique will not rest until one of them is dead. This grudge is huge. Everyone immediately thought of the future consequences. There will be a huge battle between the two of them. Only one of them will survive. In the distant East Wasteland, there was a dangerous land that humans thought was extremely evil. Many cave abodes were flashing with divine origin blocks, and many primordial life forms were sealed inside. In a spacious ancient cave abode, the North Arch and a young primordial imperial family member sat opposite each other. This place was filled with primordial aura, and everything was very mysterious. Bang! Suddenly, Wang Ting stood up in shock. A jade pendant on his body shattered. He knew that his brother was dead. What happened? The young primordial imperial family member asked. Someone killed my brother. Wang Ting's knuckles turned white, and his expression was frightening. His eyes shot out divine light that was several meters long, and it pierced through the stone wall like a sharp sword. Who is so bold? I'll send a few people to kill him. Even the leader of a sect won't be able to keep his head, the young primordial imperial family member said casually. It's him, it must be him. Saint Physique Fan, I will definitely kill you. Wang Ting's voice was low, but it was sonorous and forceful like a golden bell ringing. The human race's Saint Physique is not weaker than the battle Saint Ape race's physique. Once such a person reaches the phenomenal stage, even the primordial kings will be afraid, the young primordial imperial family member said. No matter what physique it is just the difference between a living person and a dead person. He is just a whetstone in my eyes, and he won't live for long. The light in Wang Ting's eyes was frightening, but he quickly calmed down without a trace of anger. He said, when will your ancestral king awaken? This is the most important thing. It's hard to say. It might be soon, or it might be several years. The young primordial imperial family member took a sip of wine and said, let's wait patiently. Suddenly, the sound of pearls and jade rang out. A graceful figure walked into the cave abode. She had waist-length blue hair, an absolutely beautiful figure, and skin like suet jade. She was extremely beautiful. Brother, the ancestral king has awakened, and he wants you to bring this human cultivator to meet him. This woman was very stunning, and she was no different from a human. She didn't have any characteristics of an ancient creature. Oh, the ancestral king has awakened. The young primordial imperial family member's expression turned serious, and he didn't dare to be careless anymore. The North Arch stood up and looked into the depths of the ancient cave. It was dark and unfathomable, and there was a faint aura that made people tremble. Even someone as strong as him felt his hair stand on end. Let's go. The young primordial imperial family member took the lead and walked forward. That's good. I want to meet your ancestral king and enter the ancient sovereign mountain where great the Archwusher passed away, Wang Ting said solemnly. Chapter 656. A piece of divine source with 1,000,000 runes had crippled 2 powerhouses. West Dam City was in a state of desolation, and the ground was cut dozens of feet deep. Only some bloodstains were left on the battlefield, and nothing else existed. The people of Wang clan stood there for a long time without saying anything. It was already 3 days later, and it was already too late when they rushed over. Junior Yi, you dare to provoke my Wang clan, killing the powerhouses of my clan and the direct descendants of the Wang clan. There is no place for you in this world. A loud roar resounded throughout West Dam City. This time, the storm was huge. Yi Fan had killed Wang Ting's younger brother, Wang Chong, and his uncle, Wang Qingfeng. This was an irreconcilable enmity. The Saint Physique really dares to make a move. He even killed 2 of North Deity's closest relatives. Is he not afraid of piercing the heavens? Wang Ting had obtained the inheritance of ancient Chaos Emperor and had shocking fate. Even the godly diviners said that he might prove his Tao and become an emperor in the future. Now, not many people dared to offend him, and even some undying inheritances wanted to marry him. All the sect masters have to be wary of Wang Ting. Yi Fan is too straightforward and killed 2 of his relatives. There is no way to resolve this enmity. Now, almost no one was willing to be enemies with Wang Ting because he had already matured and could not be killed. Perhaps only Yi Fan was fearless. In the future, there will be a bloody battle on the path to becoming an emperor. I wonder who will win and advance by stepping on the corpses of many kings. The only one who can prove his Tao. With the arrival of the Great Era, many kings rose and stars shone brightly. However, in the end, it was still the glory of one person. If others did not back down, they would all be corpses under his feet. A great Saint Physique can compete with ancient emperors. Yi Fan's future is limitless. Even if Wang Ting walks the path of ancient emperors, he can still fight. West Dam City was 5,000 miles away from the Great Scholar Manor. This was not much for cultivators and could be said to be very close. The news immediately spread and caused an uproar. Although the monster from the eastern wasteland had not truly entered the Great Scholar Manor, there were many topics about him. He was in the limelight and would be talked about every once in a while. Who do you think is the #1 expert in the world? Is there even a need to say it? It's definitely that crazy old man from the eastern wasteland. He was already an unrivaled figure 6,000 years ago, and now he's comparable to an ancient saint. In an ancient town adjacent to West Dam City, a few young cultivators were discussing in a tea house. They all yearned for the person the old man spoke of. The world's #1 expert should be the victorious fighting Buddha of Mount Meru. He has been in seclusion in an ancient temple for many years. No one can estimate his depth. That's not necessarily true. The 5 major regions are vast and boundless. Who can say that there are no other saints? There are also many immortal islands overseas. Who knows, there might even be gods. These people argued, but no one could convince the other. They all had different opinions. That's hard to say. However, if we're talking about the #1 expert of the younger generation, it's either the Middle Emperor or Wang Ting. Wang Ting's uncle was killed by the Divine Physique, and his younger brother was killed by Yi Fan's finger. His reputation has been tarnished. It's hard to say now. Isn't there still the Southern Demon and the Western Bodhisattva? It's hard to say who will be #1. Moreover, the Divine Physique's growth is so fast. In the future, he will definitely be able to compete with anyone. In just a few years, the #1 expert will emerge. Don't you guys know that the Qishir Manor can lead to the outer realms? A starry ancient path will be opened there. Only the 3 strongest people of the younger generation can go there. Yi Fan was also sitting in the tea house. He was leisurely listening to them while drinking tea. These were all the elites of the Qishir Manor. They were all passing through this place. A few days later, Yi Fan arrived outside the Qishir Manor. According to the agreed location, he met Pang Bo in a mountainous region. Damn it, coffin planks are so disgusting. Pang Bo's first words were this kind of complaint. Yi Fan was speechless. The temperament of this brother of his had always been like this. There was really nothing he could say. He then asked, "Didn't you capture a snake in the Qin mountain range?" The bark of the Tao Comprehension ancient tea tree is an immortal grade treasure. That snake isn't of any use to it. I plan to leave it for you to break through to Immortal Foundation. Pang Bo spoke. With a flash of light, a beam of violet light shot out. A small snake that was only a foot long appeared in his palm, exuding a fragrance that permeated the air. This was a life form that was birthed from the divine dream pith. This was a priceless immortal grade treasure. Even living fossils would feel their eyes turning red at the sight of it. Back then in the Qin mountain range, it was unknown how many people risked their lives for it. There was a total of over 10 life forms and Pang Bo managed to obtain one. The divine dream pith's mother stalk still managed to escape in the end. Not a single person managed to capture it. That's a heaven-defying treasure that's comparable to a mature, undying divine medicine. You should be content with what you have. If you really managed to obtain that thing, you would surely attract a great calamity. I have 3 pieces of immortal grade pill fragments here. It's sufficient for you to break through to Immortal Foundation. You should keep this violet snake well. Light flickered in Yifan's palm, and 3 small fragments appeared. They were of different colors and emitted a fragrance that refreshed the mind. Among them, one was golden, one was green, and the last was purple. They flickered with a dreamlike radiance, and these were only 3 out of over 100 fragments. What a pity. If this was a perfect immortal pill, it could help one corroborate the Tao in the future, yet it's broken into such a state. Pang Bo felt that it was a great pity. A perfect undying immortal pill, if obtained by a single person, would definitely incur the jealousy of the heavens. Being able to obtain even 1% of it would already be considered heavenly luck. Yifan didn't feel any regret. That's true. This type of immortal pill is too heaven-defying. I fear that no one would be able to enjoy it now. Pang Bo agreed. Even the great ancient emperors have a stock of undying divine medicine. Only they could possess such a heaven-defying thing and plant it by their side. Yifan said. No harm. In the future, each of us will plant one as well. I don't believe they are truly extinct. Pang Bo yearned for it. A stock of heaven-defying undying medicine could extend one's lifespan for an entire lifetime, seizing the fortune of heaven and earth. The two of them chatted for a very long time before leaving this mountain range. You killed Wang Ting's uncle and younger brother. He will most likely go crazy. You must be careful. Pang Bo said. I'm fine. I'm just afraid that he will act against you and Li Heishui. Yifan frowned. Why don't we leave the unique scholar manor first? You don't need to worry. Old Blind and the Scarlet Dragon Daoist have come a few times already. They have already spread the word that if anyone dares to kill their descendants, they will use their emperor weapons to exterminate all of their descendants. On the surface, we are only friends with you and not from the same clan. We don't originate from the same inheritance. Even if Wang Ting takes his anger out on us, he won't offend one major power after another. It's better to be careful. Don't stray too far from the unique scholar manor. Don't wander alone to an uninhabited place. Yifan warned. Are you going to meet Li Heishui and Ji Ziyue? It's not very suitable for me to go in. Moreover, the Wang clan is looking for me everywhere. Yifan was a bit worried. It's fine. Killing is strictly prohibited in the unique scholar manor. No one can behave atrociously there. If little friend wants to enter the unique scholar manor, we can open the gate for you now. An aged voice suddenly came. Yifan and Pang Bo were startled. Their divine senses were very powerful, but they didn't notice the person in advance. Who is it? Pang Bo was bewildered. He looked towards a distant mountain peak. The fluctuation was coming from there. Yifan also didn't say a word. He activated his divine eyes of origin and looked over. This was an immortal vein. Normally, it was covered in clouds and purple mist. Looking from afar, one could see tens of thousands of dragons spiraling in the air. This was a heavenly divine land. In this place, there were precipitous cliffs. There were no weeds. Orchids emitted rosy clouds. One could often see very old herbs. However, the mountain peak ahead was very special. There were no spirit herbs, only some thistles and weeds. On the mountain peak, a rock moved and dust fell down. That's a person. Pang Bo was shocked. A person was submerged in yellow soil. Weeds grew all over his body, and there was even a bird's nest on his head. With the slightest movement, dust would fall down. How long did one have to sit here to become like this? The two of them were shocked. This person had been sitting here in seclusion without moving for at least several decades. He truly had great willpower. You two don't need to worry. I don't have any ill intentions. This was an old man. He carefully put down the bird's nest on his head and then stood up. The weeds and soil fell to the ground. This was an ordinary old man without anything special about him. If he was thrown into a crowd, he would be forgotten. There was nothing special about him. I am one of the vice masters of the unique scholar manor. Even though I am sitting here, I am not completely unaware of the matters outside. He invited Yifan into the manor. I want to know, is there really an ancient path that leads to outer space in the unique scholar manor? Yifan asked. This was the answer he wanted to know the most. Correct, there is an ancient starry sky path that leads to the ancient outer space, Lin Daochen replied. There really is such an ancient path. Yifan and Pang Bo glanced at each other. Their hearts were shaken, and they immediately grasped the hope of returning home. There are only 3 spots every 10,000 years. Only the strongest of the young generation can go to the outer space. You have a saint physique, so you can fight for it in the future. Lin Daochen smiled. Which ancient star is the outer space? What is on the other side? Pang Bo couldn't help but ask. I am already making an exception by telling you all this. This is an enormous secret. If you want to know, you must suppress your peers and obtain the qualifications to be in the top 3. Little Yi can consider entering the unique scholar manor. Even though there is a high chance of meeting that bastard Wang Ting, he wouldn't dare to make a move in the manor, Pang Bo said. Young man, don't you want to know the cultivation experiences of the 9 great completion saint physiques? Don't you want to know what divine techniques they cultivated? Don't you want to obtain their inheritance? Lin Daochen had a smile on his face. Yifan's heart skipped a beat, but then he cursed silently. Damn it, why did this old thing turn into a cunning old fox in the blink of an eye? Even though he still looked very simple, he still gave off a feeling of insecurity. He shook his head forcefully and said, I'm not going. Young man, you are too cautious. What do you think I want from you? If I wanted to rob you, I would have killed you with a single slap if I had caught you off guard. Yifan rubbed his chin and said, why don't you let me take a look around first? For example, let me take a look at that ancient path in the starry sky and browse through the cultivation methods of the 9 great completion saint physiques. Lin Daochen laughed involuntarily and said, your request is too much, but I can let you walk around and gain some experience. The unique scholar manor was located at the center of this immortal vein. Purple mist rose everywhere, and it was indescribably noble. The more Yifan studied the heavenly book of origin, the more he felt that this place was indescribably mysterious. This should be a terrain that can only be formed in the immortal world. I wonder what I can dig out after digging it up. In front of the ancient mountain gate, on the Dan Cliff, on the 1,000-feet cliff, on the 1,000-feet cliff, tens of thousands of years old Lingji shone brightly, and tens of thousands of years old ancient medicine wafted with the wind. Lin Daochen was startled and said, "Young man, I know you have learned the original technique, but don't have any ideas about this place. If you really dare to dig around here, be careful that someone will pull out your tendons and tear your bones apart." Yi Fan rubbed his chin embarrassedly and said, "I was just saying." Not long after entering the unique scholar manor, Lin Daochen was asked to leave by a top expert who had something to discuss with him. "Why do I find that young man so familiar? F***CK, isn't that the supreme grade overlord? He actually ran into the unique scholar manor." "What overlord?" "He is that Saint Fiziki fan." "Don't tell me it's the Saint Fiziki fan who just killed North Thearka's uncle and killed his brother." "That's right, it's him." "Oh my god, he is too daring. He actually dares to come here. Is he really going to fight to the death with North Thorch?" As soon as Yi Fan came in, he caused a commotion and attracted a crowd. No one dared to believe that he would dare to come here. "Hey, isn't that Chick Chi?" As soon as Yi Fan came in, he saw a familiar person. It was Chi Huishui. Princess Chi was a peerless beauty that could cause the downfall of cities and countries. Her beauty could be said to be unparalleled. Her dark hair hung down naturally, and her skin was as delicate as fine white jade. Her eyes were like limpid autumn waters, and her waist was soft. She walked leisurely by the side. She could be called a calamitous beauty, a peerless beauty who could captivate all men. When she happened to come here and heard Yi Fan's words, she turned her head and immediately frowned. She turned and left. She ran very fast, but she was also swaying like a willow, and her figure was very alluring. "Chick Chi, why are you running?" Yi Fan shouted from behind. "He thinks that she is not running." Pang Bo felt that something was wrong. Princess Moon Spirit, someone from the Jiuli God dynasty. When Yi Fan saw the second most beautiful woman in the Middle Prefecture, his eyes froze. He would never forget that the Jiuli God dynasty attacked him in the Qinling Mountains. There were many hidden dragons and crouching tigers in the Qishe residence. All of them were elites from all over the world. Princesses of nations, successors of sacred grounds, saintesses of great sects, sons of gods from god halls, and heaven demons from demon imperial palace. It was not strange to see them here. "Princess Moon Spirit, that person is looking at you." At the side, a woman reminded. Princess Moon Spirit was the most beautiful woman in the world. This time, she did not disguise herself, and her beauty was suffocating. She looked over and immediately saw Yi Fan. She was startled and said, "It's him. He actually came to the Qishe residence. What does he want?" Suddenly, there was a hubbub of voices from afar. A large group of people ran over, and Chi Huishui was at the front. She twisted her waist and gritted her teeth. Her bright red lips flickered with an alluring luster, and her long hair fluttered as she rushed back. "That's him. Surround him and capture him," she ordered in an unruly manner. "I knew it. This Chick Chi is the most resplendent pearl in the southern mountains. Her cultivation is very powerful, and she has countless escorts. She also has a monster brother who knows many people. She's here to cause trouble for you," Pang Bo muttered. As soon as Yi Fan entered the Qishe residence, he was surrounded by people. Chi Huishui raised her snow-white and beautiful chin and said, "You dare to come here, Chick Chi. My coming here has nothing to do with you. Don't be so enthusiastic, okay?" Yi Fan said. Princess Chi brought over 40 to 50 people, and in addition to a group of onlookers, the place was crowded. Chapter 657. There were many beautiful mountain peaks within the Qishe Manor. Qilin lay in front of the cliffs, accompanied by old herbs, and overflowing with fragrance. There were also many open lands decorated with pearl-like lakes and flood dragons. As soon as Yi Fan entered the Qishe Manor, he was discovered. Chi Huishui brought dozens of people to block him at the mountain gate, attracting the attention of many people. The monster from the eastern wasteland has come. His real body has entered the manor. This news quickly spread out. Many people rushed over, wanting to see his real face. Recently, his reputation was too great, so many people wanted to see him. Of course, there were many arrogant geniuses who were unwilling to accept this and rushed over. Moreover, the monster-level existences were all alarmed and came out of seclusion. "Ye scoundrel, you won't be able to leave today." Chi Huishui clenched her teeth. There was no need to doubt her beauty. She was the pearl of the southern mountains, a peerless beauty that made hundreds of flowers lose their splendor. Scream all you want. It's useless even if you scream until your throat breaks. It's not like Yi Fan did anything to you. Pang Bo said in an extremely vulgar manner. Chi Huishui was so angry that she almost fainted. Her face was flush red, and she almost couldn't speak anymore. She forcefully exhaled and shouted, "You, damn it." Once these words came out, everyone's jaws dropped to the ground. Chi Huishui was a peerless beauty, and she was usually very elegant. But now, she was clearly angered. Who did I offend? Yi Fan really didn't do anything to you. Did I say something wrong? Is there something else? Pang Bo looked like he was asking for a beating. You, disappear immediately. Chi Huishui was so angry that she wanted to bite someone. We're not that familiar with each other, right? Don't be so excited after seeing me. Did you make such a big scene to welcome me or something? Yi Fan asked. Shut up, I'm here to suppress you. Chi Huishui became even more excited. Her face was red, and her slender body was almost trembling. She shouted to the people beside her, "Attack together, seal him for me." However, even though there were dozens of people who came aggressively, none of them dared to make a move when they got close. They turned a deaf ear to her words. Chi Huishui was flustered and exasperated. She shouted for a long time, but no one came forward. She was the only one left to face Yi Fan. What are you all afraid of? Isn't it just a holy physique? So many people can't beat him. These people still didn't make a move. They all looked at each other, not moving at all. What a joke, this was a killing star, someone who even dared to kill powerful beings. Who dared to go up now? Region Mistress, he just killed the North Thearka's biological uncle. Are you sure you want to suppress him? A lady at the side reminded softly. So what? Chi Huishui did not care at all. The North Arch is someone that even the various sect leaders are afraid of. His uncle was killed, which is enough to show that the Saint Physique is very arrogant. It's not a good idea to provoke him now. So what if he's the North Arch? My brother is a southern demon. So what if he has a saint physique? My distant cousin, Yao Yuekong, has a heavenly demon physique, Chi Huishui muttered. You're a demon. Pang Bo was surprised. Shut up and disappear. Chi Huishui was extremely disgusted with him. The veins on his smooth and jade-like forehead were throbbing. No wonder you're so beautiful. You're a demon girl. There are many demon lords in the southern mountains. You're from the Demon Imperial Palace, Pang Bo cried out. Princess Chi's forehead was filled with black lines as she said, Big fatty, I'll remember this. You and the Saint Physique are not good people. Just wait and see. Actually, Pang Bo wasn't fat at all. He was just too tall and sturdy. He was 2 to 3 heads taller than the average person. He had thick eyebrows and big eyes, and his arms were as thick as the thighs of others. You're the fat one. This brother here is called Majestic, okay? You've never seen such a manly demon, right? Pang Bo said. Go and die. Chi Huishui ordered the others to make a move. Since he couldn't order them around, he took out a demon pagoda. With a flash of silver light, he flew forward. Ding! Yi Fan made his move. He caught the pagoda with his bare hands and knocked it away. He rubbed his chin and looked at Qi Huishui from left to right. He said, "You're really a demon." He had captured Qi Huishui before, but he didn't expect her background to be so great. She came from the demon imperial palace that had existed since ancient times, and she was the younger sister of the southern demon. Regardless of whether it's the eastern wasteland sky demon palace or the southern mountains demon imperial palace, they all produce world-shaking great demons. Their descendants were born in human form, and their original form couldn't be seen at all, just like Yen Ryu, Tang Bo said. He knew a little more than Yi Fan. After all, he had stayed in the demon race for a long time and knew a lot. Demon Qi, I don't have any grudges with you. Don't get so worked up when you see me. I still haven't planned to start a war with that legendary brother of yours. The people from the extraordinary warrior manor had heard of the southern demon. The southern demon was extremely mysterious and rarely appeared. He had always been reading the personal letters of the extraordinary warrior manor's predecessors and had been in seclusion. Yi, don't be so arrogant, cousin, what are you doing? The flood has rushed into the temple of the Dragon King. These are all my friends. A chuckle sounded out from not too far away. A purple-clothed male walked over. Brother Yuekong. Yi Fan laughed. It was the young master of the Sky Demon Palace, Yao Yuekong. He was in high spirits as usual. Long time no see. Brother Ye's name has shaken the world. It's really impressive. Yao Yuekong walked over. Cousin, how did you know him? Princess Qi was very unhappy. She couldn't forget that Yi Fan had taken her as a maid. She had been imprisoned for a month, and just thinking about it made her gnash her teeth. Let bygones be bygones. Brother Yi is not an outsider. Yao Yuekong smiled. Boom. In the depths of the extraordinary warrior manor, an ancient mountain was filled with demonic aura. Endless divine light pierced through the sky, and an ancient demon imperial palace appeared. It was like the ancient heaven, majestic and grand. A supreme figure appeared out of thin air. His black hair was like a waterfall, and his eyes were filled with endless stars. It was incomparably deep, as if a demon god had descended. Could it be the legendary southern demon? Many people were shocked. Yi Fan's expression froze. No matter if it was the demonic King Hall or that godlike man, they were merely formed from a strand of divine sense that came out from the ancient mountain. For such an earth-shattering scene, one could imagine that person's cultivation. Just like a demon god. Pang Bo was also shocked. Qi, come back. A cold voice was heard. That strand of divine sense turned into a divine light, piercing through the void and took Princess Qi away. The southern demon is so powerful. Just a strand of divine sense is enough to surpass the other young experts. Everyone was shocked. This was the first time they saw the southern demon in action. Little Yi, Li Heishui and the others rushed over. They didn't think that Yi Fan would be so daring to come to the extraordinary warrior manor. Come, let's find a place to drink. Wu Zhongtian said. Not long later, they came to a small wine shop. It was just by the roadside. It wasn't very big, and the peach blossoms were in full bloom. It was impossible for the extraordinary warrior manor to have a big restaurant, but this kind of small wine shop was a bit different. It was a place that was decorated with natural beauty. Brother Yuekong, you actually have the heavenly demon physique. You really hit it well. Yi Fan raised his cup and said. My heavenly demon physique doesn't live up to its name. Yao Yuekong shook his head. Before he was born, he was plotted against in his mother's womb. He was congenitally deficient. It was already a miracle that he was able to survive, but it limited his future achievements. Unless I passed the 9 stages of death, I will be able to recreate the supreme elegance of the heavenly demon physique. Yao Yuekong didn't go into details, as if he didn't want to talk about the past. Is Qi Huishui's brother really that powerful? Pang Bo asked. That is my distant cousin. There is no doubt that his strength is on par with the Middle Emperor and the North Arch. Yao Yuekong nodded and warned them not to anger him. Extremely powerful. In the middle of the peach forest, a barbarian dressed in beast skin walked over. His black hair was thick, and he exuded a wild aura. It was Dong Fangyi. He rushed over after hearing the news and didn't stand on ceremony. He sat down and drank a big bowl of wine before saying, I am also from the southern mountains. Back then, I saw him in an ancient forest. He killed a demonic dragon with a single hand. How strong was that demonic dragon? Comparable to a supreme existence. What? Everyone drew in a breath of cold air. Are you sure that the demonic dragon was comparable to a supreme existence? Jiang Huiran didn't believe it. Of course. I roasted the dragon and ate it. Dong Fangyi nodded. Then what cultivation level is he at now? Li Heishui was shocked. 3 years ago, he killed a demonic dragon with a single hand. I saw it with my own eyes. At that time, he had just passed his heavenly tribulation and entered the second level of Immortal Foundation. Now, I think he has already consolidated his foundation and is comparable to a peak stage Saint Lord. The Southern Demon is actually so strong. I always thought that it was a story purposely made up by some busybody. Who would have thought that there would be such a terrifying young demon lord? Little Yi, are you here to see me? The fiery red peach blossoms were in full bloom. The fragrance of flowers permeated the air. Ji Ziyue walked over with a radiant smile on her face. 2 dimples could be seen on her face as her violet robes fluttered in the wind. Beside her, Ji Haoyue, who had the God King physique, walked with a majestic gait. His black hair draped over his shoulders and his eyes were deep. He exuded the aura of an invincible God King, forming a stark contrast with the mischievous Ji Ziyue. At the table, Ji Haoyue didn't speak much. He was very steady, but each of his words carried weight. Some people soared up to the heavens when they were young, but they stopped there. Some people matured late, but they were full of potential. Looking at the ancient saints, the majority were the latter. For those with boundless potential, they would need to spend their entire lives unearthing it. That's right. It has always been so since ancient times. Hundreds or thousands of years later, in our generation, there might be some geniuses who would be forgotten by people, while there would be some fools who would soar up to the heavens. Yao Yuekong nodded. In that case, there's a high possibility that I would beat Wang Ting into a pig so badly that even his mother wouldn't be able to recognize him. Li Heishui asked. Everyone was dumbfounded and speechless. People like North Arch and South Demon can't be lacking in potential. Such momentum is unstoppable in the future. It's hard to say how far they will go. Late at night, the stars twinkled, and the moonlight was gentle. Even Ji Ziyue's face was flushed red from drinking. She was shouting that she wanted to suppress her brother. Ji Haoyue's face was full of black lines. He helped her sober up and wanted to pull her away. I'm not drunk. I can drink many cups of 1,000-year-old immortal brew. I just drank 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 cups. She breathed like orchids and danced among the peach blossoms. Under the night moon, she was like a fairy, dancing drunkenly. Little Yi, let's go suppress South Demon, suppress Middle Emperor, suppress Prefecture Master together tomorrow. Ji Ziyue was forcefully pulled away by her brother. She was indeed a little drunk. She mumbled that she still wanted to suppress her evil brother. Do you know where the starry ancient path to the outer region is? Yi Fan sent Ji Ziyue and her sister away and returned to ask Yao Yuekong and Dongfang Yi. No one knows. The few of them shook their heads. It was late at night. They left the small wine shop and came to a spiritual mountain. There were many mountain peaks, and everyone had their own cave abode. Under the pure white moonlight, auspicious qi flowed. In the latter half of the night, everything was silent. Yi Fan walked out alone and stood on the mountain peak. He looked at the entire Qisha residence. As far as the eye could see, there was the light of ascension. Suddenly, he felt a strong aura. He quickly turned around and saw a man walking out of nothingness. He stood in an ancient demon sovereign palace like a demon god. South Demon. Yi Fan's heart jumped. South Demon was unfathomable. He opened up a small world with a strand of his divine will. It was as though he was standing in ancient heaven. He looked down and there were star regions in his eyes. It was as though the ancient demon sovereign had been reborn. I've seen you before. You come from the outer region, South Demon Qi Lin said calmly. Yi Fan was shocked. He stared at him and didn't understand why he said that. The moonlight was like water. South Demon Qi Lin stood in the nothingness. His eyes were deep as he said, 9 dragons pulling a coffin. You came from the outer region. There were more than 10 of you who crossed the star region. You are one of them. You.